Thank you. If you do.
You have to, and I'm gonna send it to you too. Yes, please. Legend.
Okay.
Oh, Dave, you're lucky you don't have this stupid thing.
Yeah.
And we always need stuff for the record.
Both times charm. I should have tried Jake's sheet.
I am.
Like your background.
Oh, it's still on.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Let's go.
Yeah, I would, that's, you're gutsy to do that.
I'm
Because it's people, there would be folks that would think really are falling in from there.
He's in the Bahamas.
Luckily, you still see him on this screen.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Well, I can do this.
Yeah,
Is that better?
yeah.
I'm just waiting for him to turn into
The cat.
the cat.
I could be the cat.
That was the funniest thing.
No, usually I have that all off, so. Usually don't even have my video.
Yeah,
on.
see, I don't have my video on.
I don't
It's
when I'm
too
sitting here.
close. Too
You
close.
are live, just so you know.
Oh, thanks.
We always assume we're live.
Do we?
Yes, we should. Experience has taught me.
It is a long day.
It is a long day.
It's the- Whenever you're ready, Gray, you look like you're still,
I'm just shooting you guys the packet digitally.
okay.
So that Lee has it also, just in case before we get. A little technical issue. I didn't have the right software to do something last night, so I had to do it this morning. Okay.
We do the pledge while we're waiting.
We can, sure. I mean, we're opening, I don't care. If that's,
Talking about money today, it feels better.
okay. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance since we're starting. This is one shot. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will say as a point of information, it's taken me a long time to be able to do that and at the end not start yelling. Because, you know, you're used to it at going to sporting events and then that's like, you do the pledge and then you, yay! You know. Oh, yeah, always.
I don't know that I've ever.
Really? That's my
It's the
only.
national anthem usually, not the flag.
Only if it's I went to a very small school that you said the pledge because you didn't have anybody who's going to do the.
Your flags were made out of wood and.
No. Of course, they only had 13 stars.
The cool thing is now, even if you're a really small school and you have a Bluetooth speaker and an
Right.
iPhone, you can have the national anthem of anybody.
Right. No, we had live music.
I
And
should
they
play
weren't
that.
they weren't up to doing the national
It was
anthem.
the band. It was just the two of us.
Yeah. So no, you did the pledge and then you did the yay. And you started your game. See, Brenda knows what I'm talking
I do, just, night before last.
about.
Yeah.
Sure,
Here
of
we go.
course.
We're
Here we
gonna
go.
dig in. It's early.
Dig in, let's go.
Okay, so we are here, and I say we, I think this is a big, huge group effort. We have Brenda from the auditor's office and even support for her with Heather. We have Jen Bartley. God, I was gonna say Bartholomew. That was Shelby. Yeah.
Wow.
We got Rob.
You want to start over?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No.
Cut.
So anyway, we got that and myself as the treasurer, and we have, during the finance committee meetings and different things, we have been working through topics and things that we feel are important. And the objective on the first page is strictly, that's mine. I wrote that, I didn't kind of did it at the last minute because I was like, oh, let's put something on there. But mostly, I think we want to have an opportunity to sit down and talk about the 2021 budget of what's in there, and also prepare for the 2022 budget preparation process, so that if there's any questions, we can try to ferret out what those might be. We can get information, because I know that it's a group effort. A lot of times, if I need something, I'm calling Brenda, or I called Jen yesterday. I mean, we're just all kind of working together and trying to pull all the pieces together, and I think that's just the information flows that way. So we have, on the very first page, is a schedule that was set forth. It's very fluid. I think that's one thing that we want to make sure. I put a parking lot topics at the bottom, and I started it with the one, and as we're going through, I think this stuff we will rabbit trail into other pieces, and I think it's best if we can stay on topic and put parking lot issues on there and adjust other meetings accordingly. And I think from our perspective, we'll be able to help you guys. I think we want to answer any questions we can that are simple, of course, but if we start to go down something where we think maybe that's just its own topic or subject matter, we can, let's go pull the information and bring it back in a separate session. So these are 4 dates that are out there with possible topics. Again, we thought we'd start with the landfill and transfers, and Jen has a great graph on fund schematics, so we're going to look at that really quick. But not really quick, as long as it takes. April 1st, Rob and Jen came, and they would like to talk about the rescue funding, Rescue America funding. Then after that, we can switch or whichever, but behind this, Jen has a big bunch of information that explains all of these funds and how they work and what resolution started them and all kinds of stuff. So we think that that's a topic to go through, and we thought about merging that together with like the treasurer's report, which is the cash report, just to see where the balances are and what's information's in the fund. And then after that, we had the expense overview and annual report. Those two could be flip-flop potentially if we feel we want to do one versus the other. I don't think, we're just trying to get a list out there so you guys know where we're headed, and we know where you guys want to head, and we can provide the information. So let's start it off with Jen. I think that we thought the best thing would be at least to have this sheet that Jen put together, and it's part of a greater piece that she's working on, which I think is really, really good information. But I'll let her kind of walk through this.
Basically, a visual aid as to the fund structure within the county. With the pink shaded, that's the governmental funds, starting with the general fund and the current expense, which pretty much everything flows through. Special revenue funds and the major list that goes along with that, and then moving on down to debt service, capital project, and treasurer funds. You can speak to that.
And I can just speak to that because it's not one we talk about all the time. The residual fund is essentially, I use that mostly for investments. So contrary to popular belief, I'm not pushing and pulling money from the pool every second. I have all the money invested in the pool, and I might mature an amount of money and allocate it to school district 405 or vice versa. So that's what flows in and out of the 701 fund.
Then we have a couple proprietary funds, enterprise funds, which is where Dallasport wastewater is, and the firearms training facility fund is still open, but I believe it needs to be closed there.
I was going to ask that. I thought.
Yeah.
We got rid of
Yeah,
that.
Public Works is
But it's
working on
still,
that.
it's still on.
It's
there.
still technically open.
Okay.
Internal service funds there, and then the fiduciary funds, which is all the special districts and junior districts. That is a long list of funds, and there are additional sub funds to each one of those. It just became too massive at the point, and it's, I don't think, necessary for this.
No, it's not. And Brenda and I really live over in this right-hand side of the column. I mean,
We
that's
do not, we have nothing to do.
Yes.
with
right. The key is we do report this, and this is one reason why it's important though, is it does flow into the annual report. And so we do report a lot of this stuff of where it's at. Do you have more to add to that, Brenda?
Well, actually, yes, there's several more funds over here on the right that I will get you. There, I think you've got some listed.
Those are all that are in Klickitat. I just did not include the sub-funds to each one of those.
Okay, I just need to see all the fire districts. So, that's okay, we can talk later. There might be some additions.
Well, I think that, yeah, without getting into, there are,
The 600.
it's a way Kayenta set up and what you
Yeah.
call a fund and a sub-fund. That's a whole separate discussion. And I think that we'll have that conversation hopefully when we get down to the schematic or to the talking about the detail that she's putting together that goes along with this, which gets into a Kayenta piece, which is an interesting, fascinating part in and of itself. So any questions on just the list of funds or anything that we're working with?
No, good, thank you. This is exactly what, I'm a visual person.
Yeah.
There's no, like, I know these, I have gotten the reports and stuff, but I have never really seen it in a graphic representation.
Or have to try to squeeze it onto
Yeah, onto a single
legal
sheet.
piece of
Yeah, it's
paper.
like, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
figured
that's helpful.
it'd be great visual as we go through this to refer back to.
I would agree with that.
The visual is a lot nicer, Jen.
Okay, so moving along to the first topic. So we have this morning, you can stay up here too if you want. Sure.
I'm fine.
So we have the 2 hours this morning till 10 or whatever, 9:50, whatever we have to
Till
do
10.
till 10. Then we have to break and then we have 11. So we were going to start with the landfill and go through the landfill, just information, I guess, and basically the landfill dollars that are coming into the county. And so I'm starting out with a document that I presented to you guys before, which the first piece is the quarterly allocation deposit and the amount in comparison. It includes the 2020 budgeted amount, it has the 2021 budgeted amount, and then it has the 4 allocation sections, and then the year-to-date actuals of how much we were able to allocate to each one of them. Really, the key, I think the allocation within the months is somewhat set. This is a part that Glenn and we did pull, and I talked about this, I think when we booked the January deposit when I came down. We did leave this sheet the same and leave a lot of the cash flow needs the same as far as when the money was flowing to the different funds. Those could be moved around. Those could be a little bit, we fund health up at the front in January because it needs the funds. And so that's kind of how their piece works with their grants and everything else. We can go in and determine that we want to move them out and we can move somebody else in there. But at the end of the day, that's just kind of how we've gotten it. I will say there is some historical data that kind of gets us to this percentage where I think it's like 23% in January and 20, there's 10-year averages that we've got, which is further back in the documentation. But there is a little bit of thought on how the money's coming in and how we allocate out the amount. But the key column, I think, on this sheet, and the one that is the one I think we need to really discuss, or where we're at, is the 2021 budgeted amount. Because the allocation pieces are really, once you guys approve the budget, the allocation of how the dollars get there is, it's essentially a cash flow issue. I mean, I don't know that anybody has any heartburn on when it goes as far as, but the key part is the budgeted amount. And once we get to the budget, and I guess that's not a true statement, because as I was talking through this a little bit with Jen too, there is heartburn if we have shortage of money, of where we short the money and how we go through from there. So kind of trying to dive into the 2021 column. If you go to the next page, this gets back to that number based on, I started out with a graph, and this graph I put together, and a lot of this information is stuff that we've had, that we've looked through. So I didn't really put too many new things together because we've looked at the landfill in a lot of different ways. So if there's information when we get to the end of this of how a different way to look at it, we can come up with that. But essentially, this is the 2011 to 2020. It just kind of shows a graph of the landfill revenues. And I mean, it's really been fairly flat. It's not, it was from a little bit under 8 million to, it's gotten this, it hasn't hit 10 million yet. But that's kind of where we are, and that is where it's trending. And that is, when I say that graph, that's the landfill actuals. The page after that is kind of where some of this information comes from that's on there. This is the 10-year running average. So, and these are actuals. This is not the budgeted amount. So it has the allocation by quarter, but the key thing is the column that has the total. It kind of gives you an amount of where we've been. So these numbers that are in the total column are what's on the graph for a picture purpose, if you will. And so, you know, we have not, I mean, we haven't been over 10 million. We have been up there. We have budgeted other numbers, but these are the actuals. So as you can tell, one of the things that, you know, it's not a bad thing, it's not a good thing, it's just an item, is that we budgeted $10.6 million of landfill revenue, and we have not generated over $10 million from the landfill. But we also have been traditionally 5% under, let's say, on expenses in the general fund. So those numbers kind of level themselves out as we're looking at balancing the budget. Yes, sir.
Why did we project 10.5 million this year?
So the reason that we did that was because we kept a status quo budget.
Right.
The only thing we had to change, and the only difference from that number to the other, is the building across the street that we knew that we had to add the dollars into to cover the payment that we already had agreed upon. And so I, as part of the group, I think we didn't change any of the numbers, had to have this conversation about where we are at and what's happening. So the 10.6 million is the status quo with the other, and we didn't cut anything, so that then this group can have that conversation. And that's my recollection. And that's where I would turn to. There was several people when we have had some of these discussions about where we were at and trying to balance the budget, that number, I think we kind of got to the point of leaving it, and it was probably a better bet than trying to start to cut things and then cutting something that somebody else, you know, that was my thing. So I don't know if Dave or Rob or.
Rob left,
Oh, good.
but I will.
Well, Dave
How
is-
appropriate, but Dave.
was the one involved with.
Yeah, as far as how we ended up with, because and you know, you can see on my, I've highlighted the differences because those.
Yeah, as I said, I have the new building down there is a big.
Right.
And that is one comment. I brought this before. I did break that out, by the way, on here, because that is, we talked about that the last time. So
Right.
it's separated out so we can see the two pieces.
So the understanding or the approach was that we were going to have to make basically a double payment in 2021, because as you see on here, this 555,000 is the wastewater treatment plant, which
Right.
this is is the last. And we felt like the easiest, and it honestly was the easiest way with the way that we had set the preliminary budget out, was rather than doing a line item where we're going to make that payment out of the reserve fund, we would just put it in the revenue side of it. And so this was the easiest way to do that. We were actually not, I wasn't in favor of that. I don't think any of us were. We just couldn't figure out how to do it.
So your estimate of 10.6 million in land, you never really thought you'd get there.
No.
You just did this for a numbers game so that you can write the check where you need to write the check.
And essentially, that's a really true statement. I mean, it was more of, I mean, it was, I guess it was, we were going to have to cut, and we did go through and start looking at, okay, but then it's like, well, where's the right number to take out? And that was the thing. And I think we all got to the point, and this all happened in, I would say, November, December. And so we knew the direction of the county, and it seemed like a better piece to a budget is a budget that's out there. I think that, you know, again, last year we were actually 10% under in our expenses in the general fund. So we're traditionally 5, you know, on average. So we were 10% under because of COVID. So, you know, that's about $1.5 million-ish, somewhere in there, $1.2 million. So it was like, do we cut something out without really having the direction of where this new board is going? And I know that the discussion at the time was very open, and we all agreed that it's like, we didn't really know where you guys need to kind of go in that direction. And I think that was where we all got to, is that, you know, we could do a supplemental and we could move things around, or we could do however, but that was the way to take care of, to balance the budget. So obviously we had the expenses out there, we had to come up with the revenue.
Right, and I should point out, and what gave me some comfort when we doing it, 'cause understanding is and we all said that, I don't like numbers that we know aren't the real numbers.
No. And we
I don't
agreed,
like
we
that.
all,
We
and I
all
think we all
agree.
agreed on that.
But I would say we balanced, at the 10.6 million, understanding that that still includes 300,000 going into the radio payback reserve, 250,000 into the emergency fund, and that basically last time, 555. So that's over $1 million of either one time, or we're actually putting money into savings. 550,000 of it was money we were putting into, so we're taking it out of savings to put back into savings. So, and the fact that we were 10% under in our expenditures, so there was about $1.5 million of money that we had planned on spending that we didn't in the general fund. And so it was like, okay, I'm okay with this, understanding that that's the discussion we're going to have, because long-term, obviously, we can't do this. It won't work.
And that was an agreement.
It's unsustainable.
It's unsustainable. That was a word that we threw around a lot.
And just food for thought, for a little comfort, because that 10.6 was budgeted for landfill revenue, there is potential to use that as lost revenue with this American Recovery Plan. So it could actually work to our benefit later. So I just wanted to know that.
Yeah, no, you can see, like I say, you can stay right
really
there.
have to run that.
The deposits into communications go from 200,000 to 576,000. And then this year, you're looking at, same thing, 500. So you're adding another 300.
Which page are you on?
It's between the first page and the landfill revenue allocations of 1989 to 20.
Right, okay, so I think that's a really good page. So so is there any questions on this, on the 10-year trend? It's just out there. Like I say, the 10-year trend kind of tells you where it's at, and the average is 23% on the first quarter, 24, 28, 25. That's traditionally where we've been at. So again, and these are based upon the calendar quarter, not the quarter in which we booked the revenue. So know that this fourth quarter number is being booked in January. It's
Right.
rolling for months. So anyway, okay, so yes, that's where you're there.
He's a page ahead of me.
He is, yes.
Always wanted to
Well,
jump
that's
on
okay.
that.
So that's one of the reasons why I put in the next, I believe, 2 pages, because they were already out there. And so in order to go from 2009 to 2020, I put in both of these to go back to the historical. And you can go through and see where the dollars have been allocated. And that's essentially the first page over time. And so things have changed. I mean, senior services has went from $140,000 in 2011. I'm not to the second page, but if we go back 136,000 in 2009 to almost $550,000 in 2020.
Yep.
And if you go to 2021,
And that's the number when folks are saying, why aren't you putting resources into, it's like, yes, we are.
right.
And we have backfilled when the state, it's just, they're just not holding up their part of it. And so but that's this whole discussion is
Right.
our ability to be able to just keep doing that.
And so when we get back to the part of ratcheting the 10.6 million back down to 9.5, it was where do you pull the money from and
Right.
which one to cut?
to make
And we didn't do that to have this discussion today. There's a couple other ones. Resource
communications was to the
Communications
Commissioner
was
Henderson
one.
specific.
Gotcha, perfect. Okay, let me get down there.
I'd like to hear that answer.
I think I know the answer, but I'm not sure. Fifth from the bottom.
Yep. I don't know. Like I say, I don't know how it went. It was at 0 in 2009 and it's gone. I'm assuming it's the radio. I guess that would be a good question to look into. I mean, like I say,
I believe, and if I'm remembering correctly, that number's gone up, but it actually hasn't gone up that much. It was how we're booking, because some of the money was coming through a different doing it as a, I don't think it's getting picked up in this report. It's encoded in a different number part of it. And so then we made it starting in 19 or 20, in 20, we changed where, because there was like a direct allocation. And then there was, I'm trying to remember, it wasn't, so we were doing this and then we were doing this and we decided that was not, it was easier to just transfer it all as a single number. And so I think this is misstating. It's definitely gone up, but.
Well, I don't think it's misstating. I think it's saying what we're doing. I think the key is.
Actually, this is
why
more
we're
accurate.
doing it.
This is the most accurate way to show it, is the way it is now.
Gotcha.
Because it really is $578,000.
Like, for example, not to get off of that one, but here's another one. If you go on to, there was one for information services, and that's 0 today. And we were sending some money into information services in the historical.
I remember it was coming out of the general fund.
Yeah.
We were transferring it out of the general fund, so it was in the general fund number.
It got moved.
So it was going into the general, and then from
And
the
then
general over to
going-
135, and now it's just going to.
Now it's just going to 135.
So if you go to 506 though, 506, which is information technologies, that was where we were trying to set up a fund to fund the computer systems, and the state auditor said, we don't want you to do that. We had to move that back into the general fund. So that money basically just got rolled into, so one went away and one came back.
Right.
And so it just sounds like that one's kind of a similar situation.
In 2019, you had 2.6 and then 613, and then if you add the two together, it would be more than in 2020 at 3 million. By
Yes.
200,000,
Right.
150,000.
Right.
So I'm still trying to figure out though, on the communication side, if we bump the communications one up from 200 to 576, then should I have been thinking about the general fund, because that's where it was going, subtracting that 300,000 out.
Right.
So when I.
So that when that number has gone up in the general fund, right, because you would have, the argument would be is we were putting it in the general fund and then moving it. And now we're doing the direct, how come the general fund didn't go down by what we're not putting in there and moving it? And it didn't. So again, that's the increase into the general. I mean, that is just the general support of the general fund from the landfill is up by that much more.
That we're pushing to,
That we're, yes,
that we're budgeted,
we're budgeted,
not actual.
not actual. But that's why I think it's important that we're doing it this way, where we actually put the numbers in the, where they're going, and we do, rather than, well, some of that's coming from here and some of it's here and some of it's there, because it's really hard to know what that is when you're, other than to, look at the total bottom line,
Well, and it's
what's
not-
happening with the
It's
budget.
not transparent for
It's
somebody
not.
looking at their home computer that doesn't have the knowledge of
Right.
what's
Okay.
hiding where.
So senior services jumping.
That really is the number. It wasn't coming from anywhere else.
So did we lose a grant somewhere else that we had to back fund it, or did we just bump up what we're putting into?
I think we're matching more grants.
I would say it's more of the cost of providing the services gone up that much, and the increase, because we are actually receiving more grant dollars to senior services than we did before. But it's one of those things where, here, we want you to do this. We know it costs $1, but here's 80 cents. And then next year it costs $1.20 and we'll give you 85 cents. And then we'll give you 92 cents and it costs $1.50. Oh, well, we're giving you more money. And so that difference is what that number is. We're having to balance that fund. And we've had discussions we actually gave the Senior Advisory Council the task of, this is not sustainable. And if we were gonna, kind of cap what we are gonna contribute from the landfill, what would you change as far as in the level of services? And so they came back with some recommendation, which we did implement, as far as, that's why, and they don't like it, because they used to have the transportation where you could basically have fun trips where they would go do recreational or educational things. That's gone. Now Transportation, as far as senior transportation, is strictly limited to doctor's appointments pretty much. And it used to be you could, if you had it, we would make it work even if it meant overtime or whatever. And now it's like, no, we only have so many slots. And if we're full, then you have to wait and that was one of their things that they recommended we do to save money. And so we did that. But the big thing that the boards never, like we couldn't get there, was the number one thing that our heaviest subsidy is for the home health care, the folks that go into the homes, because what we get reimbursed for doesn't come anywhere close to what it costs to provide that service. And we don't, other counties and other senior services departments have private sector folks that will back, that you can contract. We don't really know how they do it, other than it must be a lot less service because they're still only getting the same dollars. But we don't have that we don't really have anybody that will do that in Klickitat County. So if senior services, if we get rid of that, because we're not required to do that, there won't be, that service won't exist in Klickitat County. And so we're just like, as long as we can afford it, anybody that's had elderly or senior that has that, kind of respite care and stuff coming into the home realizes how important that is for quality of life. And the board in the past has said, as long as we can figure out a way to afford it, we'll keep paying for that. And that's the bulk of that number. That's what it is. I would say, it's all gets thrown in the pot, but it's at least 2/3 of that number. That's what that is. And so it's like, no, we're willing to do it. And I would say for me, we're not getting fewer seniors in Klickitat County, we're getting more. And, I am still committed to, we've got to figure out a way as best we can to be able to afford to fund that number. And that's the discussion. That's what all this is about.
That's why this is good discussion, because that's what we're here to talk about. I mean,
that's one of the things that we would have if we had to make that not 10.6 million. It would have been, well, let's take 100,000 out of here and 100 there, and
I think the piece is that there are things that we're paying out of here that are in perpetuity. And just like with all cost of living and everything else, they're just going up and at a greater rate than other things. And I think the kicker is those things are going up, and that's why I have the graph back there.
Right.
The landfill is really remaining flat. I really think that it's not going to go. We can't expect the landfill to absorb these pieces, in my mind. That's just my opinion. Yeah. But I think we have to put it in there as flat. We have to say we're 9 million or 9.5. I mean, whatever that number is. And that's where I think, we need to have a discussion where that cap is, because it can't sustain all these other pieces. And some of these programs are going to need more and more and more. And that money has to come from somewhere else.
Yes.
I think in terms of your question.
Come out around the.
Now he's back.
Yeah.
Leaves and now he's back.
Safer back here. I think in terms of the question of the grants and the number of grants, one of the goals that Jen and I have been working with the finance committee is the subcommittee, the grant committee, will actually track grants across the organization. So when we say grants are up, we can show you.
Right, that's what my
You'll
kind
see
of
the
question
number, you'll
was.
see the source of the grant, the number of the grant, and if asked, a historical look at the grant, whether it's declining or increasing in our match. But that's something that's kind of spread out over the whole organization, and we're hopeful that this grant subcommittee can pull that information together into a single document. So
Because that's, to me, the history of the process. If they had 2 grants before and 20 now, of course it's costing us more match.
and every grant
So,
has requirements, and so.
And it's much easier to come in here and ask for money when you have a grant.
And
Understanding though that there is still it's like,
Well,
oh,
yeah,
there's a cost.
there's a match.
And I think that's,
it's easier to get permission here, and then all of a sudden the number starts going up.
Right.
and I think that's what a conversation we've had in the finance committee is, that we feel that it would be good to have a rubric, that all grants come in and they're using the subcommittee to help people put a rubric together that would evaluate the grant on the cost, the administrative cost, where all the pieces are. So when they come in here, there's some background to it and you're evaluating everything on apples, or hopefully as close to apples, because I think that's part of the thing. It's like, oh, hey, this grant closes tomorrow, we got to do it. Well, it sounds like a great idea. Great, and then what's the long-term pieces and where do they end up in this kind of part and where do we become to funding them?
Right.
And the bodies that come with that and so on and so forth. Did we get your question answered?
Yeah, sorry, that was like a four, that was a.
No, that's
was a
why,
15-minute
that's why we
answer.
have, that's it. I mean, that's why some of this stuff is out here to prompt the questions so that we can have the discussion. The other thing,
This was gonna be lineal.
Yeah. Yeah.
the other thing that's on the sheet that we talked about, and I think it's a conversation that is worthy to have again, as we're looking at these detailed sheets, is there is some funds on the landfill allocation, and they say general fund tax relief, road fund tax relief. And I think we all agree that we need to get rid of that connotation because it really is not a tax relief per se. Because we can't, if that goes away, we can't just add that on to our levy can only go so high without other pieces and parts to that. Do we want to talk about that at all, or is there any questions on that?
What was your purpose to have one go to 2018 and one go to 2020?
These are all documents that have been existing out there. So basically I just grabbed, my purpose was to include 9 and 10 of actuals without having to reduplicate all this paperwork. So really, frankly, I almost just put one in and I'm like, well, maybe there's something in 9 and 10 we might want. So I apologize.
No. That just makes sense to me. So essentially you're not trying to do a comparison, you're just trying to extend.
Exactly, that's 100% what I'm trying to do. And mostly I've really tried to not create a bunch more documents. I've tried to just bring things that are out there.
No, that works. As long as I understand. what
Yeah.
you-
These are all part of the budget summaries that we've had. So any questions on the tax? I mean,
Yeah, what are your thoughts? I mean, that's how it was historically done, but it really is, it's a it's not really accurate because as the treasurer said, it in a sense, it's tax relief in that it is backfilling that would have to be potentially supported from taxes, but it's not relief in that if that just goes away, the people's taxes go up. Right. Because they can't.
the service goes away really.
The service goes away because they can't unless you went out and said, oh, we're removing $1 million from the road fund that we're transferring now. You would have to go out and do a levy lid lift and say, we want to replace the $1 million. So it's not really, so I think it's inaccurate and it gives people this idea that you can, that it's we have any discretion over that, and we don't. We either put the $1 million in or $1 million of service goes away unless the voters say, yeah, I want to be taxed more. So, I mean, I would just get rid of that term and I'm not sure why that went back to the
It looks like
beginning.
it started back in, as near as I can tell, in like 2010-ish, maybe somewhere in there, or maybe in
That
the.
was a special year.
No, it was before that.
Was it? Okay,
It was
I
back to
haven't,
the
I
beginning,
haven't.
because I saw
okay.
it before I was here, it was in it, because I had the same misunderstanding. I thought, and I learned as soon as I got in here, that's not true. I thought what the board was doing was taking some landfill money and then buying down the tax rate with that, that was already, here's the level that we can tax to, and we're buying it down by using landfill money. And that's not what they were, because they couldn't. I mean, we could, but that's not what they were doing.
But that was the idea. So what you do is you look at the general fund tax relief of 1.7 or 1.9. And so how that worked though is if we maxed out where we
Right.
could go,
That's
that's
what that
how
number
much
Right.
more everybody would have
to
to pay
pay.
if we didn't have that. And so that was the way to understand what our
Right.
maximum
Right.
taxes could be.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. It is the difference between what we're levying and what we could levy, and we're choosing not to ask you if we can levy it
What is?
because we're backfilling it.
What
It's
is,
the asking you part, I think, that got lost in the translation.
what is roads budget is like 12 million or something, and this is
Oh,
1 million.
okay, so actually, that's a good, you're Jake now. Let's go back here to this next slide, because there's another.
Hey, you're Dave. All right. He's bumping.
Yeah.
So on the next page back, which is the, it looks like this. I don't have the numbers, but it's the one that looks like this. I did take I took basically the amount of money that they were getting in the amount column and put in what their 2020 revenue budget was and gave a percentage of what that is comparable to each department. Is that kind of what you were looking for?
Yeah, but
That is actually perfect if these funds.
If you
knew
knew
what
what they were.
Okay, well,
You don't have those all memorized.
Now you refer to this sheet.
Yeah, it is. So you put this against this.
101.
He just wants me to have tape.
No, you're fine. 101 is the road, so it's the second one down there. So they're getting $1 million of dollars from the landfill, and they have a $10.9 million revenue budget, and it's about 9% of their bucket. But I think that that's an interesting question and perspective to look at, which is why I put this together. Because if you look, some of these, it's 98, 103, and we can go through these. 103 is GIS. So we're basically funding 100% of the GIS mapping system with landfill dollars.
It would have just been awesome to have GIS mapping.
Right.
Sorry.
So next time,
Yep.
put some,
Fun names.
see, because the treasurer, all these people, they know all these numbers, what they are, we don't.
Info in there, and then you need to provide crayons.
Okay, perfect. With name. But if you go in 104, for example, that is, that's seniors, and it's almost 20% of their, I'm a little nervous up here, Brenda.
Yeah.
We're back in.
Keep whispering.
She's like,
I need a little ear.
They're like the, yeah, you do. You need
Earbud.
that little
Brenda, help me
earbud
out.
that's
I'm
like the
lost.
fun whisperer in your ear.
I
To me, I didn't know all
appreciate
these
it.
funds off the top of my head, so it's kind of like when I sat over there and you guys start whipping out fund numbers and I'm trying to remember which one was that? 10 minutes later in the conversation.
No, and that's a fair statement. That's a very fair statement. As we go down, and 104 is seniors, 115, I think, is victim witness. Yep. 116 is fair, so that's about 15%, the 25,000. 119 is economic development, so 55% of the economic development budget comes from landfill. 125 is the accumulative reserve, so that is that's that fund. 135 is the communications. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah,
60% of the budget of there comes from the landfill.
What is all entailed in communications, to just throw me some?
I don't really know 100% of the answer to that.
Fun whisperer.
you haven't been going through your box every week to see where communication.
It's dispatch services that is not funded by 911 funds.
Yeah, they have 127 and 135 are their two funds,
And 107.
and
That-
107, yeah. They
Yeah,
have
it gets
three.
confusing about what can be funded.
Correct.
Backing up a smidge with economic development and 55% going to there, where does the rest of their funds come from?
Some is grant, some is the ADO grant that we get from the state.
Distressed
And then
county tax.
distressed counties, but
Yeah.
25 or 20%, 25%, 20%. Somewhere between 20 and 25% of the distressed counties. We only started doing that, I think, 3 years ago. It was 100%, it was state dollars, and then we funded the difference. So in some, this number actually hasn't gone down. It's that increase. We were like, how are we gonna cover that? And we were like looking for ways to start finding some other money to go into that pot. And so that's when we started doing the distressed counties, because it's an allowed use, and almost everybody else did it. We always didn't because we didn't need to. It's Klickitat budget 101 to me is you only ask for what you need, that we have all this taxing ability that we don't do in Klickitat, way less than in other counties, because we don't need it.
Outside of property tax.
Outside of property
sales
tax.
tax and other items.
Other things that we have, if you look at all of the different taxing abilities that the state has given us, we don't use any of them because we don't need it. We haven't needed it.
It was a very interesting, when I was a brand new treasurer, I would go to a lot of treasurers conferences and they talked considerably about the road diversion. And I'm like,
Right.
I don't understand the road
Yeah.
diversion.
Okay, we were-
Like, we're
We
putting
have
$1
the
million in
opposite.
there. They're like, you're putting $1 million into your road fund? They're like, we're sucking $1 million
Dollars out of the
out
road
of
We
the
did the crab training and it seems like everybody was talking about that.
Right, and that's a very unique thing. I mean,
It is,
there's
right?
no other county, and as the treasurer and talking to other counties about dollars, that somebody has our tax budget for property taxes is like 4.8 million, and we have 10.6 of landfill money. There's nobody else that has any other kind of revenue stream like that outside of raising their sales tax or doing other different taxes or, doing other things. Nobody has a landfill. It's always like, oh, you're Klickitat County. We'll exclude you from this conversation because you just don't have these problems. Or, oh, you guys have senior services or the health department are funded to greater details than what other counties can fund them with the tax dollars that they're getting. So that's a very interesting, but like I say, yeah, most counties do a road diversion for safety and help fund essentially, I think it's to fund the law enforcement budget.
We don't.
So we have a lot of interesting parts and pieces. The other two that we didn't talk about was the bond. The bond one is really, it's Fund 201. It's 95%, but it's really a skewed number this time because of having to have the double payments and so on and so forth. So when you look at the $650,000 that we were putting in there and this is again in 2020, we put a lot more money in there because we had the buildings, but most of the debt we are funding from the land, for the Pioneer Center and for everything else. And then the 401, which is the wastewater facility, we're putting 555 million in there for the Public Works Trust Fund
I
loans.
know you deal in.
Or 555,000,
Please
thank you,
don't
yes,
give me
sorry. I've done that both ways. Sometimes I say
I know,
millions
you're
and
like,
sometimes I say thousands. My bad.
It's a zero.
So, it's 40% though of that. And that is a system that really should be, having rates and so on and so forth. And that money that we have in there is primarily tied to the Public Works Trust Fund loan, which would be lumped together. And that once the loans are paid off, that should then go to 201, because that's the conversation that we had when we were doing the bonding of the new building, that we were going to take the money that we were paying for the Public Works Trust Fund, the SRF, and the Pioneer building. And then that was the bulk of what was going to be the payment that with additional dollars, by the way. We couldn't do it for the same amount.
We tried.
How many more years do we have on the Valsport Water?
That's why I
And
pulled
how
that
many
up
more years
right
do we have on
here.
the Pioneer Center?
I have that.
Valsport Water should be, the biggest piece.
Yeah.
Because there's two loads, is that this is it.
That's what I thought it was done.
Oh, come on. I want to say one's done this year and one's done in 2022. But if I can remember.
Fair enough.
773.
But I know that
Sure,
is
hold
going
on,
to
I
be
gotta
a
get my handy
discussion
dandy
with.
little number here.
Hey, look, he's using this number.
Yeah, look at that.
We need to make sure everybody has one of those.
Yes, we do. It's really handy.
If you don't have one, you don't want
I have one.
I do not, and I don't.
What-
need
What's
one.
your
Everybody
number?
show them.
Public
Inside
Works.
joke, sorry.
Okay, so 2020, the Public Works Trust Fund loan, the last payment of 486,000 is paid in 2021. And the SRF, which is the State Revolving Fund loan, which it's so funny we're talking about Public Works Trust Fund loans because those don't even exist anymore because they've taken all that money. Which that was a great pot of money for doing what they did, and they really messed that up. But State Revolving Fund money, it's 2022 is 58,000 and 2023 is 29,000. And so those are things that I think as we get to the end of the year, yes, there's zero interest, but we may want to just pay. I don't think we're going to, zero interest on what we're going to make in that we're making. I think the pool was up to 15 basis points. So zero interest and 15 basis points are very close to each other at 29,000.
How much does it cost to do the auditing required with that?
Probably
more than we make in the money that we're saving.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, get
Clean
rid
it
of
up a bit if it can be cleaned up.
Well, and it would make all your numbers match to what you're trying to accomplish. And then the Pioneer Center goes through 2024. And the payment is 192,000 in 2022, 190 in 2023, and 193 in 2024.
So when we take the wastewater treatment plant and the Pioneer Center and we roll that into the new building in 2024, how far off are we still gonna be on our payments?
Yeah, I thought you might ask something like that, and I don't have that. I think
Our
it's,
payment's like 1.2.
I think our payment's 1.2, and I think,
So we're still, or, like we need.
I think it's like $500,000 is a round number that I've been
Where are
using.
we expecting to get that 500?
That number, I guess, I assumed the landfill, but I mean, I don't know the answer from that. We haven't really talked through that.
The plan was that we're gonna have a,
Discussion.
about, well, no, because we still, we still have some discretionary spending in the landfill allocations. Namely the 250 into the emergency fund, which now I'm gonna, again, this discussion, the original discussion was before the pandemic and the need for, we were having the discussion about, I think our, emergency fund, we're in a good place. We don't really, although honestly, we could still have the discussion because I think when the dust all settles on this, we actually didn't pull any, we're not gonna have pulled probably anything out of the emergency reserve because of all the
COVID
feds
for the last couple of years.
right. And so the idea was, we don't need to start. We could stop putting more money in it. So that would free up 250,000 of the half of the 500,000. And then the other would either be which it's, let me look. No, not on there. So I can say it because there's not a big, was ratcheting back the contribution to the road fund. Was the, maybe moving it from $1 million to 750 and taking that 250. So that would be the 500 is where that would come. It would still leave the 300 that's going into the radio payback, even though that we will get to our 10-year commitment on that, I think this year or maybe next year that we've done that. But my thinking on it was, we built this huge system that has long-term, like we need like a radio ER&R fund. And so my thought was that we would just transition that 300, whatever that number needs to be. And that's why I'd asked Randy for the long-term on the radio system. If we looked out 20 years, and we were going to plan for it, what does that look like on their just regular scheduled maintenance replacement schedule? It's going to cost this much over 20 years. Back that number up. And so how much do we need to put aside every year?
I know I brought this up before. Is there any interest in having emergency management go out for a levy for that separately, so we don't have to fund it
Right.
on our own, and we can get that off the books?
So another piece, and I'll throw this out, and I have another thought, is that I think we subsidize the junior districts quite significantly on the radio piece. And I do think that is one of the things that's eaten into our landfill money over time, because we have covered the radio piece. So I do think that there is a part where, and some of these junior districts are taking their maximum amounts and they're, building new fire halls or doing different kinds of things. And I mean, Fire District 3 did a bond, I think 3 years ago now, and hasn't actually built the building yet. I've heard that they're in final stages, but I mean, so I guess as the treasurer, I would just toss out as also possibly talking, and I know that there's a lot of pushback or thoughts of different ways to do it, but really looking at who's bearing the cost of that. I think the county has bore the cost of that. It's your responsibility. I think you guys have done a great job of putting it in there and getting it established, and it's for all of the citizens.
But now it needs.
But now does it need to go out to some of the people that are using it? And I think and I think the other thing though that I would add as being the treasurer then for these junior districts that I'm talking about, Waukakis doesn't have a lot of money in some fairness. So maybe we would have to set up a fund where we could put money into a grant, like a grant type fund where they could go apply, but at least they were seeing the money come to them and come back to the county. Because I think people don't recognize the expense of what this system is costing. And so even if you were to subsidize the system, but through an internal grant to the county to where the fire districts were having to get the money and pay us, there is some, it's like your kids learning to have an allowance a little bit, because I don't think everybody recognizes that. And I think some of the districts are having some cash or building this or doing that. And we need to remember safety, but we also at what piece. And a levy is not a bad option either. I'm not saying that, and maybe it's a combination of all those things. I don't know, but I think there's a lot of parts that need to be looked at that.
As long as everybody in the room knows I want to go that direction when we have time.
No, I've written it down already, because I think that maybe is a conversation, and that's why I wrote the parking lot, because I think we could easily go down that path right now. I think it's better if we plan for it, then we can bring all the numbers back, and then we can have a discussion about it. And I think it will be more fruitful than it would be where we're not necessarily prepared to talk about that specific item.
So what you would in essence be doing is so communications went from 200,000 bumped up to nearly 600,000. You'd be trying to bite that portion down.
Correct, right.
Communications
Right,
side,
and
not
then
on
return that back in.
not on the radio side, or maybe on a little bit on both.
Or maybe a little on both, or
We'll discuss that when we discuss.
And
it.
I would say that that's a
there's all kinds of
conversation that we would
options.
need to have folks in the room that are, I don't know all the pieces of how the dollars flow.
Right.
And I think that would be where we would need to, but understand that and try to buy that down a little bit, Jacob, like you were saying. And then you could put some of that money and say, okay, we're going to still have an allocation amount to that, but instead of it going to communications, maybe it went to economic development, they managed, or I don't know, maybe they applied for a I don't know how the grant process works. I just think it's important for some of these small districts and areas to see the number of what this thing costs, because I think it's been kind of buried in some of the county numbers. And I mean, even if it's a tax, it would be at least elevated to where it's significant cost, and maintaining it is significant cost on top of that.
And I do think that long-term, or that's exactly the discussion the county's gonna have to have, because as we said, we have funded all of this extra stuff out of the landfill, and it's just been able to absorb, because our cost to do business as far as just, employee, our organic growth and cost is, it's been estimated across the state, it's between, at the low end, maybe 4% annually is the escalation in the cost to just maintain status quo. And I think that is borne out in our numbers. If you look at our status quo budgets, which we have had for years, and then you look at the growth in the cost of doing that, so that means that 4% has to come from somewhere.
Right.
You get 1% in your property tax could go up 1%. Plus new construction, and we've averaged maybe 2% combined. Well, that 2% gap, we've just been more from the landfill, more from the landfill, more from the landfill, and filled it. Well, we can't do that anymore. As we said, we ended up with a 10.6 number, which isn't really. It's really 9.5.
Right, and I agree.
But I think the ability of the landfill, is in question. Can it even deliver 9.5 consistently into the future in the current climate? That's the afternoons. There's another topic.
That's where I was gonna go with the conversation is we need to have an emergency plan in case if the landfill goes from 9.5 to 6, and
Right.
how we would survive.
Right. Because essentially the 10.6 or the 9.5 or whatever the number is of the landfill is needed dollars to provide the services that the board has decided that you will
At the
fund
current level.
and budgeted expenses. I would also go back to the point of the 4% growth and where we're taking the 2%. And again, I am the treasurer, so I just am concerned, and my economics tells me you can't print this much money and not have some kind of effect. So we are covering ourselves, let's say in 2022, even with some of the new money, but we can't keep printing. I mean, I always say, we're printing in 2095 money now, we're printing in whatever. But at some point that you may have that 2% may become 5%.
Right.
And that's something that, so we may be paying for that in the future that we have to be prepared for.
We will be paying for it in the future.
Well, yeah, but how, we don't know, but
Right.
I think that's the question.
When we built the status quo budget this year, the cost of equipment and things, not people, was close to 500,000.
Right.
Doing the same thing with what we did the year before, when we added personnel costs of $750,000 to have the same people doing the same thing with the same tools. So that just every year,
Right.
it just continues on.
If you're only getting 250 in new revenue,
Right.
it's,
And that the 1% of tax revenue is, it's really not, it's not that much.
No.
And that's the kicker to it.
so we are being, we're being pushed, whether we like it or not, to either reduce services, shift costs where we can, which we've already started doing, or get more revenue, which is new taxes,
Right.
one way or the other, whether it's a levy for, communications, emergency service, whatever it is, changing the sales tax, and it's, we're just, as you said, you go to these conferences and talk to people, there's 38 other counties and then there's us.
Right.
And we're getting to that point where we're gonna have to start joining that other club maybe. Or
some hybrid means.
Or
of
some
it.
hybrid.
Because that's the thing, I mean, they have what they do, and I do this all the time when I talk to other treasurers, and I go, that's great, but that won't work for us on this, but this part will, and
Right.
you make some hybrid piece of it. But I think those are just discussions that I think have to happen, and I think that's what, again, why this conversation is happening now in March, so we don't get to November and we're trying to meet Jen and Brenda's timeline on this budget, and we're trying to have some of these conversations that I think are needed to have of why did we budget 10.6? Well, there's a reason why we did it, whether we agree
increasing
or.
tax base is such a relevant topic as far as in the county.
So I guess the other thing we can think about in terms of that, where we say it's a levy for the tax relief, general fund and road tax relief. So that whatever multiple millions of dollars is what people haven't had to pay, which has allowed the junior taxing districts to go out and levy so that they can bring, because that's a difference. If the people were paying an extra $1 million,
Right.
they might have voted a lot of those levies
Yeah,
down,
that's true.
because you can only tax people so much.
Except in White Salmon.
Well,
That's all.
we like the word yes.
Yeah, you're yes folks down there.
School district
Which I'm
405
not-
is an
I'm not-
interesting standout in my districts. I will tell you, I'm like, wow, that's a big number.
Yes, yes,
Well,
we
we
can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
So anyway, I will add the titles on here, but this is an interesting perspective to take a look at the percentage of the budget to what we're funding them all the way through with all the parts and pieces. Okay, so as we're kind of getting here, let me, because we're gonna have to take, well, we still got a little bit of time. So I want to make sure I've written down a couple of things, and I want to kind of go back and double check. So there was a question on the communications, and really not just communications, but anything where some things have moved over time, and maybe having some footnotes or things as to why things. I think we've ferreted most of them out with historical knowledge in the room, but I think just having that wouldn't be a horrible idea to be able to do. We did talk about the grant tracking in general, so we have that on here in the subcommittee and going forth with Jen. And adding fund numbers. And then the other thing that I've added, which I think is a bigger topic, is the radio system. Just having a conversation about that whole piece and maybe designating that to a time and having that. Is there anything else in regards to landfill revenue that there's any questions on any of the information? Is there any questions about any of the amounts? Anything else on this? Okay, well, so we're kind of ahead of schedule because I figured that would take us the full 2 hours, but that's good. Or hour and a half or whatever. So the next one, let's move on to the next page, which is just some wording. I put in your packet the transfers. I think that it's important as we're looking at these pieces and we're trying to understand the budget and we're going through where these things are coming from, and before we get into going through every single fund and all the pieces to it, I think it's important to go through not only the landfill, but the transfers, because there's a lot of transfers that are in there. And I think we've eliminated some of the ones that go around Robin's barn, like Dave was saying, with communications, where we've kind of more directly appropriated it. So we are a cash county and we have, I put them on this paper because it's straight out of the VARS manual. A transfer in or a revenue is 397. So when we do a transfer, it's a revenue. It moves from one to the other. Just like I had said the other day, I have to do a supplemental budget for my 201 because I'm bringing money in my brain I had forgotten. But I'm actually bringing it, I have to recognize it as revenue. So any deposit in the bank account has to be a revenue in the financial statements. And any expense in the bank account has to be, except for on transfers 397 and 597, and these will balance to themselves. So I provided this in here. It just kind of goes through and gives you the state auditor's opinion on what these are. Any other transfers of moving, it's really, we're not generating any more dollars. So when we're doing all of our stuff, these don't really flow through the bank. These are just us moving money from one fund to the other. So when we do that, we move the money from the cash to the transfer, through the transfer bars and back into the cash. That being said, I have been racking my head of how to do this. I said we need to talk about transfers, and I think I came up with a unique way that I think is going to make it easier. We'll find out here in about 2 minutes. The first sheet is labeled incorrectly. It says 2021 transfers. I just realized that because I copied that over. That's actually 2020 transfers. So the transfers in 2020, it's not as pretty because I kind of was learning as I was going and putting it together. But basically what I tried to do is there's 2 sheets, and I don't know if Glenn brought them in, but they were like reports. And they looked something like this, and they had a lot of data on them. And to me, they're hard, even for myself, they're hard to understand, and you're trying to balance ins and outs and everything. And I'm like, okay, how's a better way to present this? So I kind of went to the grid method. So down the left-hand side are the funds of revenue. So those are the funds that are receiving the money. And if you go across the top,
and in the future, we will put.
Yeah. Actually, no, you said that. I actually thought about that. I'm like, I've already to the right. I thought ahead. I'm like, oh, I didn't do it on this one. So I will help define which ones are which. But across the top is, we're going to really focus on, though, that it's easy to understand.
Yeah.
No,
Let's not get too much information.
But across the top is the expense. So in theory, when you go to the bottom of that, the subtotal, that's the total expense out of those funds. And if you go to the right, that's the total revenue. So for example, Fund 113, let's just take that, that's mine. 113 is the treasurer's O&M. I transfer from my treasurer's O&M, which is foreclosure fees, $4,000 to the general fund. That has been there since Danny was here, and we continue to do that. I think it covers some staff time or something, or copiers or whatever. So we do that.
Yeah, I like that.
So basically that shows you that Fund 1 is getting revenue, and Fund 113 is expensing revenue. So when you go to the bottom, you can see $4,000 of expense went out of there. Moving across to the right, Fund 116, that's the fair. The fair moves $10,000 for buildings and grounds, I believe, from their fund, to the general fund. That usually happens at the end of the year, about December or January for the previous year. Then you have 125, that's a cumulative reserve, and that's where all the money comes out of here. And in 2020, we had, and this was from I tried to get this from the amended supplementals, so I believe I'm correct in this, but I get the numbers confused on, had to call Jen. I'm like, is it 2023 or 2025 or 9 or whatever? But I think I got it. Is that Fund 1 got from 125, 928,000. Senior Services got another 113,000. 119, which is Economic Development, got, now I need lines, 88,000. Senior Services, 132, Natural Resources got 142,000. Senior Services got 15,000. Solid Waste got 100,000. Capital Projects got 252,000. 305.
Communities, capital improvement.
What's that?
Capital improvement communities.
Capital improvement, is that CDBG? No. Anyway, Fund 305 got 125. 306, which is radio, got another 1.5 million.
Why was that?
That's for the construction of the 2 new
Towers.
Powers.
And didn't we put it on though? And it didn't.
We did, but they moved it, and that's a discussion about, do you transfer it until you actually do it? Do you not?
Right, so we
Right.
transferred it in advance of them doing it, and then they didn't do it in that budget year.
So it got
So it's
rolled.
sitting in
It's
there.
sitting in there.
Okay, so let's stop for just a
So if we
second and
look
have a
at
transfer.
306 now, there probably is a significant fund balance.
They have a significant fund balance.
'Cause that's what
Here's the
it
thing,
is.
Jacob, and from the treasurers and the auditors, and I'm gonna speak on my behalf, and Brenda can speak on hers because she's there. The way we've done transfers in the past is it's up to the department to go and ask for the transfer to move from their fund. 0 people that come into that makes 0 sense. If you go to Aaron will say, I didn't know I had to go get my money moved. I assumed that when I came to the board and sat in this chair right here and you approved it, it got moved. Then on January 15th, when we're doing the second of 3 out of period, or not out of periods, what are those called?
The 13th month.
No, the ones where we do the pay APs for those
Oh, prior year.
prior year APs to try to put them back in the budget, which is an accrual thing when we're cash is crazy, but anyway.
That's another
That's a whole nother
discussion.
discussion. Then all of a sudden it's like, you don't have any money to be able to do that. And they're like, well, yeah, I do. I went to there. So then we go back and we realize when we're doing other things that we got to do this. Oh, well, you went back in August and got a supplemental, but we didn't move it. So we're trying to kind of mirror up these things because all these things are coming through from a bookkeeping or an accounting perspective, and nobody's doing those. So we're trying. So this would be one where it's a good example of maybe a large project or a capital project shouldn't be moved. But if you're providing, if somebody comes to get a supplemental budget for, let's just say I come in here and get a supplemental budget for my department, and then I don't really need it, but I'm transferring it in, it wouldn't be fair in mine because mine goes into the general fund. But if you have your own fund, and you come in, then you're just accruing, you're just getting, do you really need it or are you just getting it? And so we're trying to kind of figure that out because again,
Argue against your earlier point of view.
I said this the other day.
He was the advocate of no, when you approve it, you transfer it.
But I
do it,
think,
and then-
but also I was an advocate of, at the end of the day, what we did 2 years ago was we came back with balances at the end of the year
Right,
and
and then
moved
we
those back
moved
to
them
what
all
they
back
should be.
to where they should be.
because the problem is we have, do we need the money or not? And so or do we do it timely, or how do we come up with this? Because Brenda and I have other things going on in January, and trying to get check runs approved and do final reviews and payroll and everything else is a difficult thing. And then having to go, oh, well, we had this in August, we could have done some of this. Those are the things. And so I guess that's what I'm saying. We are arguing against ourselves, but we're trying to figure out a better process to get it done. Because sometimes I think people come and they go, hey, I need this, but then they don't get it. And so does it stay there? Does it move? And so these are all part of us balancing our budget. And these are all revenues that are coming in, but do we need them or not need them, or how do they go? So the 1.5 million, yes, we did move in 2020. Brenda,
Public Works is really good about, if there's a transfer, it seems like it.
gets done.
They get-
Susan, it's like, I want it
Right.
right now. I want it, they approved it at 10. I want it at 10:05. I want the money moved. Now it's mine.
I agree with Greg.
Susan
From the other
listening.
aspect, on the
It's okay,
expense
Jen.
side, we're assuming that this budget, we're looking at the budgets, and the budgets look good because they've gone through the supplemental process, and that money hasn't been moved. So we pay the bills, and if it's not a general fund, it's a special fund, 100 fund, and they go on the red in cash, his office has to call me, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
So, that's, I think a discussion is, Greg, not we were arguing against, you were arguing. I don't really like to clarify that.
No, but I'm just saying,
Sounds right to me, and
I think it's a discussion that needs to be had. Do you look at the capital projects and make those just wait until we need them? And you get the smaller departments, like my election fund. One year, I had a supplement and I had money, right, moved. And I thought all was good. And I called Glenn and he goes, well, you need to ask Lee to move money. That's not a piece of information in the 14 years I've been here that anybody ever told me. You have to ask. There wasn't that communication.
Right.
So just saying. That's
Yeah.
my piece. It
And I-
creates havoc for both offices
right.
when the smaller departments that ask for it don't get it.
Okay, Lee is clarifying something.
Not really clarifying, I'm just saying, for a lot of the new directors, I tried to let them know that you need
Actually
to
have to ask
initiate
it.
this transfer. A lot of departments, even with new people, have been really, really good about it. I do have new people that keep forgetting. You have to remind them.
Then just tell them, no, we disallowed their money until they learn their lesson.
Until their payroll is locked up.
Payroll's one thing that will roll.
Yeah,
no matter
whether
what.
they have the money or
Yeah.
not.
Yes,
Yes,
but it doesn't stop Greg from calling me.
Right.
they're in the red. So but that's a good question, Jake. And I think that's where this comes back to is how do we, and I think that's where and it really is a difference when it's Fund 1 versus any other fund. And I think then the other thing is, if we do the transfer, then they have all this fund balance. Then when they come in and say, hey, I need a budget amendment,
And I can.
and
use
I'm gonna
my
fund it, use my fund
balance.
balance, then, we're creating. So I think the key is we don't want to move, we want to ensure that we're keeping our fund, our powder in the 125, I guess, or whatever you want to say, because it's usable wherever you guys determine that the best fit is. Once it gets moved to 127 or whatever, it's really kind of hard to get it back unless we have a process in which says, okay, hey, the minimum balance, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do that, or however. And so that is a good question. But yes, so that would go into there. That would be in their fund balance. And so we would have done that transfer in that year.
So did you add that to your parking lot for things to discuss later?
I didn't actually, thank you.
So one thing that scares me though is if I'm looking at the budget or just a regular citizen's looking at the budget and you transfer that 1.5 over, so it's in the budget, it's looking like it. And then at the end of the year, you go, okay, you guys didn't need it. You put it off for a year, a road project or whatever. And then you transfer it back and then you put it in the next budget. Then it's going to look like you need 1.5 million this year. You need 1.5 million this year until it actually gets built. And that makes it even more confusing.
And I would agree with that. And I think it's also more confusing if it's in the budget multiple years in a row and we're just not doing it. That's another part. So, maybe it does make sense if that's the project to do it like we did and transfer it in that year. Because if you're not doing it, you're able to use, or if you are doing it and you're putting it in the year it's in there per the budget, then you have those funds in that fund balance and you can spend them if you have the cash. And that's the one thing we have to keep balancing out here. What we're looking at is cash and expenses. So the board, approves a budget and we have all these expenses that they can go to. And then there's a cash element to that as well. And those are kind of the same, but not exactly. I don't even know if they're the same. They're very different. The cash balance is what they have in the fund. It's like your checkbook balance. The budget expenses is what you guys have approved for them to spend. So they can have 1.5 million in cash and you could have only told them they could spend 750 of budget. That's all they can. Then they're going to have a residual of fund balance. If they want to spend more on the expense side, they got to come get a supplemental, but they may not need more cash. And a lot of times they don't. They're like, well, I'll just use my fund balance. Well, how are those fund balances accumulating to be greater to be able to cover all these budget overflows? I guess would be a question.
I would say for me, and this again is a future discussion, but I think there are different classes of transfers. I think the capital transfers are, I agree with the auditor. I think the department ones, I think we should just do them when we do them. Big ticket stuff, I might be, which in some ways we're almost doing the opposite. Just because of who's managing those funds.
I was just going to say, because then Jake, and kind of to Jake's, I think moving the money back and forth, but then if you have it on there for 3 years in a row to balance the budget with a $1.5 million revenue or transfer, and you're giving them the corresponding expense, or do we know that their expenses, then their expense should be under, they should be under on the expense side too.
Right.
So I think that's where the parts need to come and balance that their expense, because you can't have a $1.5 million transfer and have a $1.5 million expense and spend $750 and not transfer,
Well, I mean, just from a transparency part, I've always find it's confusing in our accounting because those transfers show up, they're almost double inch. So like when we do a supplement and we're transferring money out of 125 into the capital project, it will show up as, so the notice goes out to the public, that 1.5 million was 3 million because it's shown on the expense side of the transfer out of cumulative reserve that's $1.5 million, and a revenue into the radio fund of $1.5 million. And the notice says we need to do a $3 million budget
Correct.
supplemental budget.
And that's why I
And
printed
that's
out the
confusing,
state auditor's
right,
book,
but the
because
public does not.
I understand that. That's
Just like our budget is routinely, it's inflated in a sense of, like, the public is mostly interested in the expenditure side. What are we spending money on?
correct.
And when we're spending our saving, we put it in and take it out, we have to count that each way, and it makes it look like we're spending twice as much as we are, even though, no, we're accounting for it, because I think it's, in some ways it's unique to us because we have so much money flows through 125 that other counties don't. Normally, money comes into that fund and it stays in whatever fund. It's not going through some other place. And so I think that's different for us. So I think we need to,
It's kind of that hybrid
Recognize-
idea,
it is
what
a
other
hybrid,
people do,
yeah.
and we have to figure out what's good for us.
Right.
And I think that's the conversation, and I agree with you, it does make it double, or not double, but it does count it on revenue
both
and
sides,
expense,
it
because
does.
that's what the auditor requires us to do. But in most of our accounting that we do, and we do our accounting to the state auditor, we pull those out and net those numbers together so you can show that they're ins and outs. And maybe that's something we need to do on the budgeting side, so it's easily seen, okay, we're doing this number of budget and we're going from one to the other.
One of the things that Jen and I are working with, we'll take to the auditor is there's very little discussion at the county level about expenses, to your point, that that's what the public's focused on. So we're gonna try and create.
and that's my personal observation. I don't know if that's.
And we're gonna try and create a budget to actual report to present to the commissioners on a monthly basis. Brenda posts all of the expenses out there, but I don't know if it's ever analyzed and brought to you so you can see how the expenses are going, budget to actual. So I think that's a report we're trying to put together and work with Brenda.
On the share drive, there's a couple of funds, the expenses are listed under the share drive, under forms and monthly budget reports for the year and the month, where they have, and I can expand that. Normally this is the accountant's job. Heather and I are trying to tag team that position. But I've been posting budget reports, the current expense and cumulative reserve.
This mythical accountant.
So you can just hire somebody.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
we
hire
can
somebody.
find-
Just hire somebody.
Yeah, perfect. Bring the candidates.
got 'em.
Anyway,
We got 'em.
there are a few reports out there, a couple of them anyway, that are detailed reports, and I can add more on there if that would be easier for all of you to go out and just look on that, the transaction detail, if you're interested in that piece of it. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay.
Just let me know.
Put that on the parking lot
Okay.
list.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm looking at it, it shows your current, it says your year-to-date and your amended budget. I mean, it's got all that.
Yeah, it does have
well,
all the
but
information.
that's not the detail. There's one for cumulative reserve, and I think, I don't remember if it's for expenses or if it's the revenues that are.
I was looking
We used to
at-
actually get those.
You still do, that's what I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, we
It's-
get those.
Yeah,
Lee gives them to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Monthly.
if you want more than that, let me know and I'll run more.
Okay, it is, we are 1 minute out
I
from.
got 1 minute.
Yeah.
On this,
I'm gonna
I
go.
like this way more than Glenn's way.
Okay.
It's just confusing as hell.
Well, and I added color to the last one. if you
Well,
can
and the
tell.
color actually works. I mean, if there were lines going across the
Yeah,
bars or something,
yeah.
that would be better.
Okay.
Other than that, just the name of the funds would be.
Yeah.
great for me.
So, and we went through 2020, so maybe when we pick up then after this, we can, at 11, we can, if we want to go through the 2021 transactions.
if you guys are basically done right now, taking a recess from the Board of Health, I'm going to pause the video.
Sure. Meeting of the Klickitat County Board of Health to order. Looks like all 5 members are in attendance, so we have a full board. That moves us then to approval of the agenda. I would need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
I will second that motion.
You have a motion and a second. to approve the agenda as presented. Any discussion? Anybody on the Zoom, either raise your hand or scream or shout or something. If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, Sue, I'm sorry. Go ahead, well, you have to unmute yourself. Still need to, there you go.
Okay, I was just wondering if we briefly needed to touch on a topic that came up at the very end of the last meeting, which was a proposal to expand the board. And just to table that issue or whatever we're going to do with it for a while.
So are you asking to add that to the agenda?
Well, I guess so, just so we deal with it.
Since you were, I'm gonna defer as far as I'm fine with that. I think we have an opportunity to add, even though we were voting on the agenda as presented, you were trying to get our attention and could not. And so I think we need to back up. And so you're asking to add that. We can do that. I would say after the 4.3 and before public access, why don't we just add that? As long as we have time, we are on we got an hour, so I don't see any issue with that. So is that okay with folks? Okay, then I will start with, then we need to start over as far as I need a motion on the amended agenda. Just keep us all legal.
So moved.
So moved. Is the second okay with that? We have a motion and a second on the expanded agenda. Any further discussion? Seeing none or hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. The minutes, did folks have a chance to look through the minutes?
Mhm.
Yep.
Yes.
I did too. I didn't have any, I had nothing. If not, I would entertain a motion on the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes for
Second.
February 23rd, 2021.
Oops. Second.
Got Sue is seconding the motion. Okay. Any discussion on the motion on the minutes? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Brings us to COVID-19 discussion. I think we'll start with the clinical update from Dr. Person. Let's see you. Oh, there you are.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, doctor.
Morning, board members and any members of the public. Happy to provide our clinical update. As time continues to go on, Klickitat County, along with Washington State, continues, I think, to move into a much better space. Our disease activity rate is down significantly. I believe we've had 3 active cases within the last 14 days, brings our disease activity rate down to 13 cases per 100,000. Over 14 days, our test positivity rate is down to 3%, which is great. We're not seeing hospitalizations. So we're very well positioned to remain in phase 3 if this trend persists when we move to the next evaluation period, April 12th. A lot of this, I believe, is being driven by the fantastic work that's being done by health department staff and our hospitals and clinics in getting people in Klickitat County vaccinated. 22% of Klickitat County residents have had at least 1 dose of vaccine, and over 15% have been fully vaccinated. That compares with 12% average statewide, so we're doing significantly better than the state average. That's a reflection, again, of, as a smaller county, that we just naturally have had more developed partnerships with our healthcare providers, and with our community organizations. And it's really been amazing to see people working together to ensure that we are getting everyone who's eligible for vaccinated. That's going to continue to be important, as we are seeing all of these things moving forward very well. The other wild card that we're keeping our eye on is the presence of the COVID-19 variants. All three of the variants of concern, the B117, the 1354, and the P1, have all been detected in Washington state. And two of those variants have been found in Eastern Washington as well. So Benton, Franklin, and Yakima counties have reported either the B117 or the B1354 variant. So that is a reminder that while we are getting more people vaccinated and getting that very good protection from vaccines, it's not yet time for everybody to take off their masks and to ignore those other mitigation measures that we're still doing. Those continue to be important, and it's been adherence to things like masking, maintaining that distance, keeping people out of the workplaces or school when they're sick that have allowed us to be successful in the way that we have been in getting our students back in school. And I believe we will have some of our representatives from schools to talk about that as well. But it's really been very encouraging to see where we are now and where I expect that we'll continue to see improvement if we keep doing what we have been doing so well. And that's the end of my report.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Person. Any questions for Dr. Person at this time? I do have some things I'm going to circle back with later, but I'll keep us on the agenda right now. Any other? Okay, then we'll move on to situation update. Erin.
Yes, good morning. So like Dr. Person said, we're doing just really good in this county. We've had 745 cases total. We currently have 2 active cases, which is a really low number for us coming off the kind of the winter. So just for perspective, last April and May, we were seeing an average of about 2 cases per week. In December, we were seeing an average of about 8 cases per day. And so we're on track to be down to probably maybe somewhere between, if we continue on this trend, we'll be between probably 2 and 4 cases per week for this month as well. So we've just made a lot of progress in our just overall numbers. We don't even have anyone hospitalized that we're aware of at this time. Our overall case rates and positivity, like Dr. Person just talked about, were really low. So just a lot of really encouraging statistics in our county so far. So starting Monday, I believe March 22nd, we'll be moving into phase 3. That's still kind of a nebulous thing. I checked the governor's website right before this, and they still haven't really put a lot of definitions out as far as what's going to be allowed. There's some just general guidelines, but still that there will be more guidance coming this week because it's Thursday, and that seems to be when the governor does press conferences. I'm kind of anticipating either today or tomorrow we'll see more guidance about what Monday will mean to us as far as being in phase 3. I'm very excited that Klickitat County will now be evaluated on its own metrics. We're no longer tied to the metrics of the other 5 counties that we were tied to when they had this regional approach that they put us into in November. So it's just our own metrics right now. Klickitat County, because we're a small county, less than 50,000 people, will be evaluated on our own metrics versus case rates that the other larger counties will do. So that may be confusing for some folks, but they're going to look specifically at our new cases over 14 days. So as long as we have less than 30 cases over the last 14 days when we're evaluated, so that'd be next April 12th, I guess, we'll stay in phase 3. If we have more than 30 cases, we'll drop back down to phase 2. And if there's over 60 cases, we'll drop down to phase 1. So there have been very few weeks in our county that we've had more than 60 cases in a week. I think that's happened twice. So we're sitting really good that we should stay, hopefully we stay obviously in phase 3, but I wouldn't anticipate us going any lower than phase 2 just based on the statistics that we've had just over the last year. So, and like Dr. Person said, currently our case rate for the last 14 days is 5. So we're obviously well under 30 and anticipate that if that maintains, we will stay in phase 3 at our next reevaluation on the 12th of April. So they're going to go ahead and reevaluate us every 3 weeks. They'll evaluate us on Monday, and then the change, whatever, if we change phases, that will go on into effect that Friday. So I think there is no defined phase 4. I just kind of anticipate that we're going to maybe stay in phase 3 for the next little bit, just based on our vaccination rates and our statistics. The other metric that we're going to be evaluated under is how many COVID hospitalizations there have been over the last 7 days. So as long as we've had less than 3, we'll stay in phase 3. If there's between 3 and 5, we will move down to phase 2. And if any metric fails, we will move down 1 phase. So even if our case rates are really high, but we have increase in hospitalizations, we could potentially move down a phase. So, and additionally, if the ICU capacity statewide, so for the entire state of Washington, is more than 90%, all counties, regardless of their phase, will move down 1 phase. So I think this is a little bit more fair set of metrics for us to be evaluated on. I think we can do really good in maintaining the phase that we're in, but there are still, repercussions for statewide as well. And I think, ICU capacity, if that's more than 90% full across the state, then I think we probably need to make some considerations. So I feel really good about how they have restructured that this time, as opposed to the regional approach that they had put us into last time. So that was the phase 3. Is there any questions before I move on to vaccine?
I'm trying to, this is probably the best place to put it. The Board of Commissioners was hoping to have a discussion with the Board of Health and the health officer and the health director as we move to phase 3, our ability to be able to, like, our courthouse currently is closed, our public facilities, not just a courthouse, public facilities are closed to the public. And we were hoping to have some kind of discussion about what that would look like, but there's not that much specificity. I was hoping maybe you had some more insights, Aaron, than we did as of Monday, if we had the ability to open in some limited fashion for folks as we move into phase 3.
Unless Dr. Person has seen specific guidance, I haven't. And we don't get updates ahead of time. Like when the governor does his press conferences, most of the time when we find out what's about to happen next, like there's no heads up there. So I think that's a discussion in addition to obviously having with the commissioners, the Board of Health, Dr. Person, also touching base with Rob, the insurance company. I think it will potentially be based on occupancy if I was a guessing person. And so then Gordy would need to be involved. And then obviously having Dave Cannell's insight as far as the actual interpretation of the way that the guidance is written. So I'm certainly happy to discuss it further, but I feel like we're going to get more guidance in the next day or so. So I'm not sure if you want to hold off till we get that or just continue forward.
Thoughts from folks?
Well, I know if we get guidance from the governor in, say, 3 hours,
Right.
I don't want to have to wait until we have another Board of Health meeting 2-3 weeks from now to that's not going to fly with me. So
well, the Board of Health doesn't have to approve the commissioner's ability to open the courthouse.
Well, right. I was just trying to state to the chairman that if he had questions that he needed to answer for himself to make a decision, I would rather, from you guys, that those would be good questions to have now. But to me, as soon as we know the governor says go, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I guess I would, as far as for being, one of the decision makers when it comes to our facilities, not other folks's. I would, I mean, I don't want to put people on the spot.
The governor, I'm sorry.
I'd say the governor's on the call. Well, let's get him on here.
Press conference today at 2:30.
Okay,
That was from emergency management.
okay. But I guess it would be more just the opinion as far as regard, you know, based on what the governor's gonna say, what we can and can't do from that perspective, I'm looking for some.
See if we have their blessing.
Yeah, as far as from the you know, the health side of things, as far as what your opinion, is there a way to do it in a way that's safe? You know, if it's limited occupancy, if it's by appointment only, if it's whatever that is, you know, at this point, we don't even know if the health considerations aside, if we can even do it from a legal perspective as far as what the governor, but I'm more interested in information on the public health side, what your thoughts are.
I don't know if Dr. Person has a different opinion, but Robin Gordy, and I think there was someone else, and I apologize because I'm forgetting who the other person was. They put together a really good plan, I think probably late last summer, as far as how to have people in the courthouse once that was an option and once the guidance allowed. And I think it would just be a matter of us reviewing what they had put together. I don't think much has changed, but I haven't physically looked at it for a couple of months with current, and then moving forward from there. So from my perspective, that would just be implementing what they had already put in their plan, as long as it's still accurate.
And this is Amy, I would agree. Where we are with disease activity, we are definitely in a place that if we are doing things with the appropriate measures to, you know, reduce risk of transmission, that those things can be occurring in person. Yeah, so it's really a matter of ensuring that we're not going to violate any state rulings about that. But yeah, we know mitigation things work, and we know that if you put those in place, that you can do things in person safely, particularly where we are with our case count. So yeah, I don't have an issue with that, with the appropriate plans.
Okay, good. That's helpful.
This is Sue, and
Yes.
I would second the sentiments that I'm hearing in the room. And I think one thing we can do is look at our grocery stores and our libraries, who are now starting to open to patrons on limited basis, to see that the mitigation efforts are working for us, and that you know, I think that it will be a really good thing to have our public buildings open again. I think that will be, that's a very favorable idea to many people. So when we can do so, I'm all for it.
Okay, good to hear.
And so am I. I think these are all great comments on the opening up, and I follow with all of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Christopher.
The one thing I would say that I haven't seen whatever Gordy produced last summer, but I would say things have changed between now and last summer. Last summer, you were taking your temperature when you entered a room, and so some of those things might be on the plan that need a little more opened up, since we are, you know, you don't get your temperature checked when you go to the grocery store, and we don't need somebody manning the door unless we have a problem with too many people in the building. So I think we might need to have a discussion on how we want to roll that through.
Okay, any things to add? No.
I agree. Hopefully at 2 o'clock today, we'll get the information, and by tomorrow, close of business, we can have the plan in place for Monday.
Yeah, so we can see, because I would.
Well, that's what I was saying. I think we need to kind of talk about the plan today, because if we don't know after, you know, when we close the meeting this afternoon, we can no longer have a discussion about what we want to do until next Tuesday. So I'd like to at least have some guidelines that we want to do, that then we can leave it up to the chairman to make, and go off what we were talking about or thinking about when we talk about it.
Okay. All right, we will do that. the Board of Commissioners will do that. Now, as far as back to the Board of Health meeting, Aaron, if you want to move on to vaccine distribution update, more good news and good kudos to all that, but go ahead and give us the good news.
Yes, so I'm really excited with where we are at with vaccines. So starting the 17th, which was yesterday, we did move into the next phase for vaccines. So phase 1B, tier 2. So really focusing on workers in the agricultural setting, grocery store workers, anyone who's 16, greater than age 16 and pregnant, or greater than age 16 and with significant disabilities that puts them at high risk. So we're focusing on those groups and getting them vaccinated. Today in White Salmon at the health department, we have over 200 people scheduled at our clinic, which is the biggest clinic we've hosted to date. So it seems to be going well. We've gotten really good feedback, obviously. We have been getting a more consistent supply of vaccine. Washington State also anticipates that over the next couple of weeks that they will additionally be getting more vaccine allocation, which trickles down. So ultimately we will too. And I know Dr. Person talked about already, like we have 22% of people have already initiated vaccine in our county. So we're getting vaccines out. We have just amazing partnerships with North Shore and Skyline and KVH. And so just utilizing a kind of a group approach to make sure the vaccines are getting to the entity that needs them, making sure that we're able to get people in the doors and get vaccinated when they qualify under the current guidance and are ready for the
Oh, we booted you out, Aaron. Sorry.
Well, she's gonna be calling back. Why she is calling
Yes.
back, I do, since we're talking about vaccine and we now seem to have enough. I really want to push that we start getting like a mobile something out to these people that live out in Timbuktu.
Sorry about that. I'm back. Anyway, just per what I was saying is just that we have the really good relationships with the hospitals and the clinics, and we're able to get people in, and we're getting a large volume of people in. So our vaccination plans are going really well. And I just ask that our partners, if they wanted to give a quick update, according to the state website, we'd given 9,700 vaccines in this county so far. That was last Friday, so I'm sure we're probably getting really close to the 10,000 mark by this point, especially since we're doing 200 today. So, Cindy, are you on the phone? Did you want to give a quick update at all?
Hi, this is Cindy from North Shore. Yep, I would just echo what you, what you said, Aaron. We are getting people on the schedule directly right now, and as North Shore, we're really focusing on evening and weekend clinics so that availability is there, bilingual residents, and then folks who might be hesitant and want to talk with their provider before they get the vaccine.
Thank you, Cindy.
Aaron, do we know what percentage?
Thanks, Cindy. Leslie, were you able to? Go ahead. What was the question?
Oh, do you know what percentage of our over 65 population has been vaccinated?
I don't have that handy. No, I didn't pull that data. I can sure get it though.
Thanks.
Leslie, did you want to give an update for KVH?
I'm sure. We've administered almost 4,300 doses. We've redistributed about 2,000 doses. So our strategy of working together and redistributing, I think, has been really effective, working with Skyline and North Shore on that. And we're still really pleased to be able to use the fairgrounds. So we had a clinic out there yesterday, and the staff has just been great to work with, the health department, and we're just getting people through from all over the county. So that's been really successful. And the volunteers, I just can't even tell you how great the volunteers are.
Thanks, Leslie. Rob, are you on the phone? I think I saw you on there. He may not be on the phone today. Okay. So that was just kind of, we're in a really good place with vaccines. The other thing I wanted to touch base on, which wasn't on the agenda, but just kind of the overall Status update is, especially with the governor's guidance that came out on Monday regarding schools. We have just amazing schools in this county, and the hard work that's gone into keeping either kids in schools or getting them to where they can be in a school setting has just been incredible. And they're not working only under just kind of our guidance and advice. They're also working under, guidance from the ESD and the OSPI and the sports. I forget the sports folks and the teachers unions and their insurance companies. And so even though it's been really frustrating, I think for a lot of parents to just realize and understand that there's been a lot of challenges and hardships in just kind of getting kids back in school, and then recognize the hard work that the school districts have done to get to that point. So I've asked a couple of the superintendents to join us today to just kind of give a little bit of a help us understand just really kind of the challenges that they've had and the successes they're at the successful point that they're at in getting kids to the schools that they need to be in right now. So I saw Anne, I think you were on. Did you want to go?
I can go first, and I want to thank the commissioners for allowing us to speak today at the health department meeting. And I also want to give kudos to Aaron and Dr. Person and their team for how responsive they've been to the schools. They have committed 1 hour per week for the past year to the superintendents in our region to give us support and clarification and guidance. And without their support and guidance, we would have really struggled. So I want you as the county commissioners to know that we've received a tremendous amount of support from your health department team. And also even night and day. I had a situation in Centerville where the nurse contacted me on Thanksgiving. Well, that's customer service. So just big kudos. The real challenges have been, first of all, just the access to vaccines for teachers, but now we've cleared that up. We also have a contingency in our communities that don't want the vaccine, and that's challenging. But are still chipping away at that and encouraging people every time that vaccines are available. But pretty much we've been able to have our whole staff vaccinated, and we just are working on people who are not interested. Then a big challenge has been the remote learner when we've been digitally working. Access to internet in our rural areas has been a challenge. And even with hotspots, it's been difficult for kids and families to have access to internet. So any help you can do for our schools with getting that rural area access to internet, that would be helpful. I'm going to let Brian jump in now. I notice from Klickitat, and while I continue to think about things I might want to share, but I'll let him jump in.
All right, thank you, Ann. Thank you, board members, health department staff, and guests. I'm Brian Freeman. I'm the superintendent of Klickitat School District. We have 72 students, and I'm just going to echo what Ann was saying about the health department. Aaron, Dr. Person, the hour that they've given us on a weekly basis to keep us apprised, to reviewing plans, to providing guidance has been tremendous. And I echo, although I did not have a phone call over Thanksgiving, I have called Aaron on weekends, and it's never a problem. Sorry, Aaron, but there are times that we need advice, and they're always there for us. I just appreciate the support that they've given us. There is no way I would be able to stand up to parents and staff and say, we are doing everything that we need to do. Without the support of the health department, I would not have been able to say that. We have, based on the prevalence of COVID-19 in the community, as well as our memorandum of understanding with our union or association, teachers association, we have had multiple modes of learning. We started off the year in remote learning. We brought in about a quarter of our students because they didn't have internet or because they struggled the previous quarter. In October, we transitioned to in-person learning, and we were half days, 9 to 12. Once the prevalence was over 75 and quickly went in the hundreds, we went back to remote learning with about a quarter of our kids without internet, and at-risk learners, students that just needed that additional support. We went to that model. And then in Christmas, the governor changed the criteria, and it took us about a month for the association and the school district to come together with an agreement to get us back to in-person learning. The first step was we went a half day, and now we're currently going 9 o'clock till 3 o'clock. Lunchtimes, we have lunchtimes in our gym, and that's for 100% of our students. We have lunchtime in our gym. We have multiple shifts. So we have them at 7 feet apart because our gym can accommodate that. It's going very well. We had extremely high DNF rates the first half of the year. Rates that I've never seen as an educator, and this is my 24th year. And those rates, as soon as we brought our kids back, the rates have just been going down. It's going down just like the prevalence of COVID. And it's been very, so the actions of the health department of providing guidance to allow us to open up safely, that has allowed our students to succeed. So I want to, again, thank Aaron, Dr. Person, and and the entire health department for their support. The other thing that was very, very helpful was when there was, they opened up a 10-pack of, and I don't know how many there are, I'm just going to say a 10-pack of vials, and there were 4 left, and they're not going to go to, they weren't going to allow them to go to waste. They asked superintendents to have lists, and they would call. And prior to the teachers being and educators being allowed to by the governor to have our vaccinations, all of the staff that desired to be vaccinated were vaccinated because of the hard work of connecting, unused vials with arms ready to go. There was one time when I was vaccinated, work was over. I was actually at home, and I got a call, and it was like, okay, I need to leave right now because I need to be in Goldendale in 30 minutes. And Klickitat to Goldendale is, I don't know, depending on how you drive, about 20, 25 minutes. So I had 5 minutes to get going. And that's how that kind of support from the health department has been very useful and very appreciated. And I also see Heather is currently here, so I'm going to pass it on to Heather, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. I again want to applaud the health department. Not only have they been great to work with as a school district, I was the first one in my community to get COVID. So having to deal with that and being in charge of the school, they helped me both personally and on the professional realm. So I really appreciate that. Our biggest issue during this whole time has been, as many of you know who've been in Glenwood, no cell phone service. Our internet is horrible unless you're right in the middle of town. So we've had, basically we waited about 8 days at the beginning of the school year where everybody was online. We've brought everybody back. We've been blessed that we have a school of 70 kids. So our class sizes are small, but our classrooms are big. So we've been able to pretty much be back. We had a few days off when I got COVID, but we followed the stuff that the health department has laid out. No one else here at the school got COVID from that. What else was I gonna say? Oh, so then we took off. We've been in school all day, every day, all students, except for between Thanksgiving and Christmas. That was more of a teachers union thing. They were worried about people traveling over Thanksgiving and then coming back for a week or so at Christmas, or a couple weeks at Christmas, and then having it spread. So we just went online for those 3 weeks. However, when we do go online, we have lots of kids that don't have internet or adequate internet, or they have internet, but there's more than one child in the household, and it will hold one child's internet up, but to have 3 kids on the internet, it won't work. So that's been our biggest challenge, is that internet. We just don't have the capacity in this area for internet. So other than that, I just want to again applaud Dr. Person and Aaron. They have been absolutely amazing. So they both deserve a raise. I'm just going to throw that out there. And they didn't even tell me to say that, but they totally deserve a raise.
I will agree with that. They've worked tirelessly.
Me too. And this is Ann Varkatis again. I did not share the models. I represent Centerville School District and Lisle, both located in the county. Centerville was able to push to more full instruction through the fall. The only exception for both districts was the smoke, when we all had to go remote. But basically, Centerville is operating at 90% full capacity. We have a space issue, so we've purchased a portable so that we can move kids out to a portable and have be a little bit more closer to 100% all on site. Then at Lisle, we're at 3. All students have access to all-day school 3 days a week, and then remote on the other days. Our kindergarten through 3rd grade go every day, all day. But it's once again that social distancing that's challenging, and capacity of the cafeteria. But we are making it work in both districts, and the kids and the families have been very supportive of keeping kids home when they were sick. And if families chose to travel, they would take the quarantine and stay home and work remotely. So it's we're getting by, but with the support of the health department and guidance from OSPI and ESD.
So hello, this is Ellen Perconti from Goldendale, and want to just reiterate everything the other superintendents have said. Aaron has been fantastic, along with Dr. Person, and we couldn't have done things safely without their support. Goldendale has been in a hybrid model since mid-October, and we have not had any classroom or school closures due to any exposure within our site. And that's just due to all of the precautions that Aaron has helped us put in place. Aaron physically walked to the schools with our leadership team prior to us opening in October, and has done multiple iterations with our athletics. So just really appreciate their support and the time that they've given our schools.
Okay, this is Erin. Sorry, I feel inclined to say that I did not ask everyone to sing my praises, but I do appreciate the compliments. But mostly wanted to showcase that, you know, in our county we do have really strong community partners and relationships, and that's along with the vaccinations and being in school and just the things that we've been able to accomplish. We're not seeing happen in other counties, and we're very fortunate with our with the relationships we do have, and so. The superintendents have been amazing. They've, you know, really supported us in case and contact investigation tracing, and honestly, I would not want to be on the wrong end of their case investigation, because they hunt people down. They know who hangs out with who, and they got us a lot of information. So it's definitely a two-way street that we've just worked really well together. But and there's a lot of concern in the community about the status of schools in our county. And again, I just can't reiterate enough how much farther ahead I think we are than a lot of other counties in the state. And with phase 3, we're going to go back to having, out spectators at sporting events. So that's another thing that I know everyone's really excited, getting kids back in sports. And, public health always advocates for activity in children. So just, a lot of good things for the students in our counties. So, and that was all I had for my update today, pending any of your questions.
Circle back, Commissioner Christopher did have a question about the possibility of remote vaccine distribution.
Yeah, I would like to see, now that we're where we are and have a little more access to vaccine, I would like to see if the county could start a little more remote vaccine distribution everywhere in the county, but especially over here on our east side, where I think if we get caught with our hand in the cookie jar 3 weeks from now and get kicked out of phase 3, I think a big potential for that is going to be over there on that east side. So I would like to have some remote vaccine done over there if in any way possible.
So it's super challenging to take the vaccine off site. We actually had a plan to be out on the east end of the county tomorrow, but had to cancel due to paperwork, frankly. But I believe it's been rescheduled, and I don't have the date in front of me. I think it's been rescheduled for next Friday, but plan on giving at least a couple of hundred doses on that day, if not more.
Fantastic. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. That's great. Any questions for Aaron before we move on? Not hearing or seeing any, then we'll move on to our discussion on the potential of expanding the Board of Health. Since you raised added it to the agenda, Sue, if you want to lead off.
Well, of course, and with recognition that the Board of County Commissioners actually make that decision, and that's not a Board of Health decision. I guess I would just like to weigh in and say that I would much rather that decision be deferred. I feel like with COVID-19, with actually 3 out of our 5 Board of Health members, relatively new, and also a feeling that things are going well with the Board of Health, and certainly the health department. And so I just feel like the timing right now would add stress for our director, and that it's not a good time to do that. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Sue. Any other Board of Health members want to comment on that?
This is Paul. I agree with Sue. I think timing is key on a decision to this degree, and currently I'd like to keep things flowing as they are flowing, as reported by Aaron and Dr. Person. Thanks.
Oh, and Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
One more thing that I'm assuming that, that discussion came out of somebody's concern, that there was more access to either information or anyway, somebody had a concern that thought maybe this is a way to, to function in a better way. And I will say that that Aaron, I know, is very amenable to addressing concerns that our partners in the community, that our other government entities have. And so it's not that we ought not pay attention when something like that comes up. I think we should, and that that Aaron has expressed certainly a willingness to address concerns that come up from any direction. So anyway.
Commissioner Christopher?
Yeah, my take on the whole issue is essentially, if it isn't broke, why fix it? So if somebody wants to explain how it's broke, that would help me consider it. But I'm also a firm believer that bigger government does not make better government. And I think this Board of Health and the people we have that are not just commissioners on here do an outstanding job. And I don't know that making it bigger necessarily fixes anything, because again, I haven't heard from anybody where it's broke. So.
I guess I will say this is an open public meeting, and we always take everybody's comments to heart, and adding more members just has the ability to have a better chance that we don't have a quorum. And that if people from the cities or doctors want to show up and tell us how they feel, I invite them to do so.
I would agree.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment? This is Erin.
Of course, Aaron.
So one thing to consider, you're all kind of leaning the same way, but just for the public's awareness as well, that there is legislation in the House or Senate right now, I can't remember which, that may address what the Board of Health looks like, and that in the next 6 months that we may be mandated to change that, and changing it before we know what they're going to pass or how they're going to say we have to make this up, I think is another, from my standpoint, would be an argument for deferment of the conversation until a later time.
Yes, thanks, Aaron, for reminding us of that. Yeah, that was going to be my position. Is I think I'm open to having a discussion at some point in the future, but I would advocate for deferring that conversation. First and foremost, let's get through COVID-19. I mean, things are working really well right now. We're doing that, and then number two is we don't know what they're going to do legislation wise, and we could end up, we could be heading down a certain path, and then, as you said, 6 months from now, we're mandated to do something different. And so I would just rather wait until unfortunately, our overlords I'm going to rephrase that, the legislative authority of the state finishes its work and directs us of what we need to do. So I think unless I see Mr. Moyer has unmuted. So did you have a comment?
No, I agree totally with what you're saying, Dave. That's my thoughts exactly.
Okay. So with that, I think we will move forward then into public comment. That way, if there's members of the public or including the health community that have a different, point of view, this would be your opportunity to raise it during public comment. And so if folks want to address the Board of Health, either unmute you will have to unmute yourself.
*6 if you don't know how already.
Yep. And this is your opportunity. Identify and where you're from. I'm not seeing anybody. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody, so I will just leave public comment open at this time. Is there any other items that any board member wants to bring up for the good of the order? Hearing none,
Well, actually,
okay, go ahead.
a last minute addition. This is Commissioner Christopher. I just want to thank all of you, the board members and Aaron and our health department for doing what you've done so far to get us where we are today. So just thank you for me.
And Commissioner, you took the words out of my mouth. I really can't say enough. Thank you to all of you.
Yeah, I would echo all of that. I think again, we've said at our monthly meetings, Klickitat County is a special place. We have special people that step up, and, you know, and I will say, I have heard from so many people, I've gotten phone calls and emails from folks that have gone to the clinics, you know, to the vaccination clinics, you know, at Skyline and North Shore and out at the fairgrounds here and our health department, that I have not heard one negative comment from anybody at you know, the efficiency, the professionalism, and the level of volunteers that people that just step up and help with those. And I think we should be proud of that. I mean, that doesn't happen by accident.
I would love to have a list of the volunteers that have manned those vaccination clinics and give them a little recognition, you know, a little award, a little signature from the commissioners thanking them or something.
Maybe when this is all over, we'll have a big barbecue and we'll just have a big old party when we're done. I know I'm ready for a you know, end of COVID party out here on the courthouse lawn and
Dave's new house
and free drinks for everybody. I'll buy the first round. So I see some nodding going on. Oh, actually, I did have one more piece of business. I was just kind of curious. With the, you know, freeing, you know, we're getting more vaccinations into the county as far as in the supply. I have not heard any information on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Is that being distributed into the county? And then who, is that here yet? And that, you know, because that's the one shot and you're done. And I'm curious, do we have any information on that, Erin?
We do. I know North Shore got a very limited shipment of that. I actually didn't ask them if they got any additional this week. It comes on a different allocation sheet than I get for the Pfizer and Moderna. So I would imagine that, and Cindy, are you still on the phone?
I am. We did not get additional this week, but we had the 200 that we got last week. And then the health department, you guys had, we transferred 50 of that to you guys.
Okay. So we anticipate we'll get more in the future, but right now it's a pretty limited supply.
Okay. I just had a question from a couple of community members, they were kind of waiting for that. That's the one they wanted for whatever reason. I did not know. So that's good. We are starting to see some supplies of that.
This is Cindy from North Oregon. It has been really popular, and we do still have some slots open for Saturday. We're doing a Saturday clinic that has J&J. So.
Oh, okay. I will pass that on. Okay. I guess if we don't have any more, so we can conclude Erin's performance evaluation. Sounded like
No, I have one more week.
Oh, do you? Okay.
I do.
Okay.
Not till it's due the 24th.
Okay.
I'm working on it.
Well, it sounds like you were working on it before, so.
I know it does. Sound like it doesn't. I
girl.
swear I didn't.
Yeah.
But I am going to ask them to write it for me.
Yeah. All right. Any other business before the Board of Health? Hearing or seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second to adjourn the Board of Health meeting. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Not that it matters. Motion passes unanimously. We are adjourned. Thank you all for participating. And again, we don't have any ability to unlock any elected person's door.
And I think Tuesdays, there might be more than 12 in the courthouse.
Well, and again, that's going to be, and we're, again, understanding that certain people understand their departments. And so, yeah, I can think of Tuesday between 1 and 1:30.
Yeah,
There's a high likelihood that you could have more than that. And then that's when you're going to have to, you'll give up yours for, yeah.
If you give up your 1 to 1:30 time slot, we'll give you all of the rest of ours.
Yeah. Right, we need 12 from 1 to 1:30.
We want 49 here.
Yeah, just so maybe we can set up a call, just so that we can kind of
In here, we could always only allow for now citizens during 1 to 1:30.
Right.
So make sure we leave room for everybody
else. Because really that interaction with the board is between 1 and 1:30. So yeah, maybe that's.
Yeah, I don't want the temperature police in the hallway if we don't need it.
again,
Would
we're
you
not.
like to put it on the agenda for a discussion? Like you make sure everybody's available to call.
Yeah, well, it's that the problem is today is I have to leave at 2:15. So but the board can, actually, I would be fine with that because the board can continue. The board can have the discussion without me, and I will certainly, whatever the recommendation of the group is. As far as what might, and I guess I will call the Board of Commissioners meeting back into session. So we're here because we're having the discussion now. Let's
Right,
do
I
that.
already started.
Okay, good, good. Is that the kind of the team needs to have a thought and a plan for what we're going to do, anticipating something's going to change on Monday, understanding that the governors, we're likely going to find out at 2 or 2:30 or 3 o'clock today. The board is not meeting between 2:30 today and Monday. And so I think we should plan on, this is our draft tentative plan, assuming that we can have some, and if we can't, if the governor announces today that, sorry, these are the changes and you still can't open public buildings to the public, then that's maybe a different discussion on Tuesday about what level of, yeah, and I'm not gonna even say it out
So
loud.
we can make it tentative and then it'll be
Yeah.
up to the chairman to do what.
I will
he wants to
implement
do.
it as far as,
And
but
if we
I'll
wanna
take
talk more to change it on Tuesday, then
we can do that. Understanding that it sounds like, licensing would not be open on Monday and
My
Tuesday,
office, yeah.
regardless of what, again, I think we made that clear. We don't, the only doors we control are the
Well,
front
that's
doors
what I
and the,
tried to tell everybody on the radio,
Yeah.
don't just start lining up at the door. You need to call, figure
Right.
out how they're running it.
And I
How they wanna
probably
do
need to put a sign on the front door, but the
Right.
thing of it is, I'm not going to have staff trying to deal with the public coming in the first day after being closed for over a
Right.
year without any admin there.
Right.
And Heather had a vacation planned and I had something unexpected come up,
Absolutely.
otherwise I'd be here.
absolutely. And that's
Yeah,
what
so
we're
that's,
not.
we just have to notify public, putting signs on the doors. And I think we should have a sign on the door anyway that tells them, it gives them the department number and says, call this number before you come in the courthouse.
Which we do have a sign out there now.
Right, I saw.
Well, not all of them, but it has the.
Right. Right. So, okay.
And then are you planning on doing it by appointment only? Or have you thought about it yet?
I mean, that's,
Future discussion, I know, I was just curious off the top of my head.
I just, it's hard because there's not really been a full discussion on a plan of how the general reopening is going to go. And so right now, I don't even know how many people I can have in my lobby. So
Right.
I'm gonna go with 3 and everybody else waits in the hall. So if,
well, and I don't know, again, going back to, I don't know what's in our plan. I mean,
Right.
most facilities have like a COVID officer is basically the cop, that if there is a problem because let's face it, almost 99% of all of this is voluntary compliance. We're not going to have, the whole system relies on voluntary compliance. The question is, what do you do if somebody isn't voluntary compliant? There does need to be somebody that's their job, that they got to be the one to go, hey, Brenda, you can only have 3 people in your lobby and you got 12 in here. You can't have all 12 in here. It's non-compliant and you need to do something, or I don't know what.
so I guess I have a question.
I don't know what.
I don't know why you need a compliance officer. She's the compliance officer.
I know.
in her office.
Okay, but what we do, but Brenda not complying has impacts on all of us.
Right.
And not just, I'm not talking health even necessarily, I'm talking about liability. Because then it's like if Brenda, if honestly, yeah, I can't say you have to unlock or don't lock your door. But we can say if you're acting where you're not complying, you're on your own. And my position is going to be, we're not covering you. If there's a big old lawsuit, that's on you, not on us.
And I'm sure the prosecutor has the same view. So I do have a question about if the governor makes it so we can reopen on Monday, is there a mandate that you have to reopen on Monday, or could you bump it out a week so that
No.
you could get a plan
Right.
together that's more organized, or
Right.
maybe 2 weeks to make it be more organized, so
Right.
that everybody is doing the same thing, and
I
me
me personally, I'm not waiting. I'm gonna
Okay,
say
I
what
was
the
just
governor
throwing that
says.
out there.
You and your own department is your own deal. If you need more time, then
I was
that's up
just
to
talking
you.
overall.
Right,
in the
yeah.
whole-
I think there's
And
an
that's what I'm
argument
saying.
for
For
that.
me, I'll be voting on day one to open.
Does the plan apply just to the courthouse or the annex?
It would be, I would assume it would be any public offices, and that's a consideration because different annexes have different capacity and abilities than, and it might be, and I think we can tailor it, and that is a question to the point of to the auditors. There's an argument for let's not just like, oh, the governor said it, let's do it at, 5 o'clock today. Just because there's this, I think there is some, at least a consideration of let's have a planned, thoughtful way that we do this.
And
And
that's kind of why I brought it up the last few weeks, is because when it's open, I want to be open. My vote is going to be open. If anybody else wants to keep it closed
I
while we
know.
develop a plan.
but you also are
That's up to
making,
them.
but you're
We should have
making
the
that
plan 2
decision
weeks
based,
ago.
you're making that position based on no information. We don't know jack whatever.
Right, but you could
Until
have had a
2:30
tentative
today.
plan
So.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's a really easy political thing to say, but in practice, it's not true. It's like we can
That's what I'm
plan,
gonna hear anyway.
but it's also, we can make scenarios for 12 different things. We don't know what the guidelines are even gonna be. That's why we have been asking for the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. What are we hearing? What do we think phase 3 looks like? What is this gonna be? We've got nothing. And so how do I plan for something that I don't even know what the requirements are gonna be? And it's really easy to just say, oh, we're gonna open as soon as we can. Well, what does that look like? And I think there is we can take a breath. I'm not saying I'm not in favor of opening on Monday. I'm just saying, let's think this through. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a way that Gordy can give each of the offices a capacity limit based on the governor's proclamation, so we know how many can be in there? I'm saying 3.
Right,
Maybe
you don't
one of
know.
It's 2.
Right.
I don't know, or 1.
He's already had all
We've
that.
done
I
all
asked him and he has
Well,
the
But it
information.
hasn't been.
He has
shared.
to give it, right. So we need to make a note for him to make sure he shares that information.
It took every square foot of open space, each hallway back to the 12, to get to the 12. He used every available open space in the building to get to the 12. I'm not sure if he could do it by department.
I was gonna say, if you do it by the department, it might be a different number than you really want it to
Well,
be.
yeah, but I might be at 0.
It might be.
Point 5.
I'm at 2, you can have one of mine.
No, I just asked,
Half in the door, half out.
I just don't know if
Yeah.
my statement of 3 people, if I'm over the limit for what the governor is going to allow occupancy.
Right.
I think it's based on building.
It might be
Right.
2, it might be 1. I mean, that's one of my questions before we reopen.
Well, I think, and I'm speculating, but I think when I think of businesses, restaurants and stuff, there's a overall building occupancy.
50% on the new one.
But then there also is the sub of you have to have the physical distance, and it's just basically
That's where I'm
use
at.
your,
I don't wanna.
if
break
people
it
can be
down by-
6 feet apart, that meets, there's 2 pieces of
Yeah,
criteria.
I don't go in a restaurant and see a notice on the bathroom, the door that says only 1 occupant can be allowed because it's only 10 by 20.
There's one in
square
our
feet.
elevator.
Yeah,
Well, in the elevator maybe. Yeah. But I don't want to break it down by individual if it's not mandated by the governor to break it down by.
Well, that's, those are the unknowns to me.
yeah, we
I
don't
go
know.
to 2 o'clock. Shall we move back to?
Yes. Yes, actually, you may get set up and start, because I never did get my break. Somebody ran down there ahead of me.
I ran
Thank you
to.
for reporting that, Lee.
So go ahead on. No, you can start if you want. You start with that.
Hold on, I gotta get logged in.
Yeah, he's gonna take
Yeah, they're all on the COVID thing now, so now I gotta read things. I can do double duty.
I sent you Gordy's plan from last year.
Yeah, it needs updated.
That's what I said. There's no way it doesn't need updated.
Well, I don't know, now that, you know, it's a permanent vacation, then, you know, all kinds of plans.
All kinds of options now. Sorry, Brenda.
Well, I started.
Yeah, hopefully whatever we put on the door is shorter than Gordy's plan, because they're not gonna stop and read that.
It is true story. Okay, so, back to finance. So I guess, picking up kind of where we left off, we started into the transfers. I think where we left off was, Mr. Christopher, or Commissioner Christopher said that, like the charts, we just need to add the name to them. We went through 2020, because that's the one that I inadvertently wrote the wrong heading on, the one that has less color on it, the one that has the green at the top. It says 2021 transfers, 397 and 597. That is what is in the 2021 budget. So these are the ones, I just provided, so we had 2 years of comparison. I guess I can go back and do as, you know, other years if we feel that that's necessary. So, and there's a lot of them that are the same going into, for example, the 4,000, that's a number that was in there in 2020. It continues to carry over the 10,000. And I know that those have been that way. The 4,000's been that way since I became treasurer in 2015. So I know that it can go back that far. And I believe that the 10,000 is as well. There are a couple of other ones as we go through the 2020. And I will be honest, I don't know exactly what they are. We went through and the transfer for Fund 1, I have to get my own cheat sheet. The transfer for 119, which is economic development, it was 113 in 2020. It went to 144 in 2021. The 132 transfer was 88 and went to 142. The 137, it looked like it was going to the general fund, and I put that in there. I'm not 100%. I need to go to ground on that. I didn't have time to go in and dive into that. The 100,000 was the same. 252 and 250 was similar. 125 was similar. The 306, I believe that could be a duplicate as we go through, because we did the 1.5 million and then we did the 1.1, and if the Fund 306 didn't account for that. So that's something that we need to go back and look at. Going back to the one thing we have on the parking lot, not diving into that, but we already did discuss it of when we do the transfers and how we facilitate them and so on and so forth. The one that's way out to the right over there on Fund 305 is the $700,000. I do not know what that, I do not know what that amount is for, to be honest with you.
Which fund?
It's it's coming from 139, which is landfill gas, and it's going into Fund 305, which is capital improvement community. So I'm assuming it's a water, wastewater or something.
That is the Dellsport at the airport, the 700,000.
Oh, that's what that is.
The
grant.
350.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I knew there would be, a reason that it was put in there. So that is a transfer that's happening or scheduled to happen this year.
It may happen.
Yeah.
Again, it's one of those.
Third time's a charm.
Third time's a charm.
Gotcha.
Richard gets a raise.
That transfer has already been approved by the previous board last budget.
Yep.
Is that federal EDA grant?
Yes, that's the match.
Okay, but I didn't see it in the budget. Are you saying that it is there?
I saw the transfer in the transfer sheets that I had, so I can go back and look at it.
Okay, because I'm not seeing it on my current budget as it is.
On
That
your
was-
current
I had that
budget?
slated for it was included in my original budget proposal
Right. What, and when you say yours,
for cumulative reserve.
it's not coming out of cumulative reserve though. That's why it's coming from 139, which is the landfill gas. But that's a fund that you,
Yeah, I hadn't realized that was a 139.
yeah, that's coming, or that's where it's got scheduled. There's 125,000 out of the cumulative reserve, but there's also 700 that comes from,
Wait, landfill gas, that has to be
Right,
presented
no,
to
that
the landfill
700,
committee.
maybe that's not it, because that is supposed to be coming out of 0.09,
okay.
which
So,
is in the 125.
Yes.
so that again, I'll look and confirm, actually. I can look right
That's been approved by and then there was an also, which we haven't done a supplemental because we had a recommendation from the EDA, Klickitat EDA on the port of Klickitat's ask for the building they're building at the port, which the EDA made a recommendation, but that hasn't come to the board.
I will go back and validate. I will say this is one thing as we go through the budget, and this is Jen and I had a discussion about this the other day. The way the budget works is there's three phases of it. There's the budget that comes out and it goes into the system as 2021, 2, or whatever. And then you put in 2021, 3, 2020. Actually, Brenda might know which one's 3, 5, you know, the ones how you do the budget header. And you have, like, there's 2021 and then 3 and 2020.
I have them written down. 3 is what I run all the reports.
That's what I ran my report.
3 is what you run the reports in.
Right.
5 is to do with preliminary budget.
Yeah, so I'll go back and validate from the reports that I ran in the system, and I will go back and validate what's on the reports. I'm showing it right here, 700,000, 139 to 305.
No, that's wrong.
Which fund is
Okay. And that's okay. I'm
Yeah.
just, that's.
Yeah.
But
Well, it may be
system-
wrong. We're just assuming it's the airport and it may not be the airport.
But that number, the only number I'm aware of that's a $700,000 number is the airport grant match. For
I will.
Capital improvement community.
Right.
Yeah, and I will say, here's the thing with some of that stuff, those numbers get to be like when you're getting out there, it's 597 and then it's 465599, and if you put 99 and not 96 or something, that gets you to a whole different bucket. So I mean, it could be somebody just inadvertently made a keen error and that just kind of carried through, and we had. No, I don't think everybody knows.
Doesn't some of the landfill gas money go into a fund with the community?
That's what it
I
is.
got my original proposal.
And that's the stuff that gets voted on, and we used it for Bickleton, I think.
Right, but that has to go to the
To the-
landfill gas fund, which is the chair of the board of commissioners, the chair of the PUD have to approve the expenditure, and that has to happen.
50,000, our number 6 that we.
That's the income in, but the balance.
Yeah,
is
that's
greater
the
than that.
coming in. It goes into our coffers. We can't expend it without it going through that process.
Right.
Who sits on that besides the chair and the PD? Just
That's
the
it.
two?
Yeah,
Yep.
just the two have the final say.
And they come and, you guys have a meeting, don't you? when you-
Generally, they come and ask us for money from it.
250.
We should ask them for money.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, is that allowed use? Maybe the
Every-
700 can come from
Every other
it.
year that needs to go the other
Yeah,
direction.
because it generally, I would say, historically, 90% of that money flows one direction.
Right. And it helps the entire county. I mean,
It
it's going
does,
to
it
other
does,
places, but.
Where the landfill.
So the landfill,
The
the
gas.
PUD's paying a gas payment to the county essentially,
Right.
and they're
They
putting
give
it
it
in
back
there,
to
and they're using it for development of
Right.
small water
Yeah,
and sewer
it's
systems.
funded
and
lots of
development.
great
It's
projects.
like it did the Bickleton water or wastewater, I think
Water.
water. They need to put a water system in
Yeah.
Bickleton, and so
So
they.
it comes from the PUD to us and right back to the PUD.
No, it
Does
could go, it
have-
can go.
It can go to
I
any.
think the county could use it. I think that if,
We can, and we have.
Yeah.
We paid for, the only thing I could think of off the top of my head that we've ever spent out of that for a county initiated project was at the airport, the business park, the initial development, that paid for the utility the electrical. So again,
I
who
think
did we
it's-
write the check
Right.
to? Hey, you're right.
I guess that's the question of when that happens and you're to go meet and discuss those things, yes. The non-chairmen don't get a vote, but do we at least get informed and kept up to date on that discussion?
Yeah, in fact, the project has to go through either board. So it's like you make an application, so there's an application process. So if, say, like we wanted to pay for the Dallas Board something. The board decides we want to do that. We put the application together and we send it to the committee, which is the two. Their board gets the application, looks at it and informs their chair, yes, no. And the thing about this board is there's only two people, so it takes both, it's two yeses or nothing happens. And so, yes, it isn't like these are projects that are run through, like the chairs are the only ones that.
And does it happen, don't they come to the board, usually don't they come here and all that happens in a joint meeting between us or no? Oh, okay.
Did you use some of those funds? Well, PV got the money to relocate the utilities in the alley for the new building. Did they use?
I don't think we pay, I think we talked about, oh, that'd be a good thing to spend it on, but I don't think it ever happened. Yes, madam.
Once that landfill gas committee meets and after they have an application, they make that decision and then it comes back and it is placed on the agenda for this board to discuss. There is that funding assistance agreement that is executed. And so it's all tracked.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's a good discussion because we have, I don't want to say we've seeded that money, but they have been much.
They've been on the receiving end.
They have, that's right, and because they've asked for it. We haven't asked for it because and I think part of that started from the beginning where there were some the original landfill gas agreement, what the appropriate use of the money was much tighter. It was really almost focused on PUD projects.
Well, and I think.
And then we expanded through, we amended the agreement to open it up so that we could use it at the industrial park in Dallasport. And so, but there's a significant fund balance in there. And just for historical reference, the money where it actually comes from is the landfill, since the county retained the gas rights on the landfill and was trying to decide, this was way before my time. And it was determined at that time that rather than the county being in the landfill gas business, that they would sell those rights off. And so they sold the gas rights to the PUD for an annual payment of $250,000, which that's where that money comes from. And so it's the landfill just giving and giving. It's another, and then the PUD going back, there was the reason of the infrastructure fund, that was to kind of quiet things where the people thought that money should just go into the general fund or 125 or whatever, that there should be some strings on it. And that's how it ended up with it, was a infrastructure fund, and it's a great fund.
It is, and the PUD I think has similar issues too, where they have water systems and they have an electric system fund, and neither one of those funds, like the water systems can't get funded from power electric. I mean, so I think it's a way to utilize the funds for the betterment of the communities in general and be able to use it accordingly with this board and however we put it forward.
So you're washing the money so you can use it anywhere you want.
No, I don't think so. I think it's going towards
anywhere
projects.
you want, it's somewhat washed. It's still a little.
I mean,
still
the bottom line is
color.
those there's a lot of water sewer systems that are supporting a lot of the people that are supporting us as elected officials that are not, I mean, I was at the PUD when we put in the Klickitat wastewater facility, and it was like a $17 million facility in that little area. I mean, it just doesn't economically work for the rates that are there. But you got to do that for ecology and everybody else. And so, that's just one of the pieces or the ways.
In fact, I think that was one of the first, I know that was the first thing we funded when I was on the board. That first thing was to pay the old bond on the old, so they were still paying on the system that they tore out and replaced, and there was still a bond due on it. And so we paid off the final bond. That was one of the things to reset the system to now your debt that you're taking on, which was minimal out of the 17 million, it was almost It wasn't much relative to that. Maybe it was, I don't know,
Yeah.
whatever
I
it
don't know
was.
the number, I can't remember.
But we said
it was
at
a large
at the
number.
very least, if you're taking on the debt is actually for the current asset, not you're rolling a debt from a thing that you just need to demolish.
Yeah. You're not rolling your car, loading it
Future
or something.
future discussion up here.
Right, right. So, all right.
So anyway, and
It's
let's see.
nice
So-
here in the weeds. I
No.
like it.
I just have to try to cycle you back on track.
So the 700, I will look at and confirm where that, if it was a key or what happened. So again, this is good, and I find this is easier for me to see, like, oh gosh, there's the 700. It's hard to see when you're looking through here trying to piece it out together. So the other thing too, I wanted to point out on here is there's a line of transfers on 502 down there at the bottom, and they're all going into 502. So Fund 1 is putting money into 502, 107 is putting money, 119. That's all the vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just, you'll see that.
I generate that transfer, and that always happens like the first part of May.
Yeah.
It's already ready for board signature.
Yep. But that won't go away. That will stay there. Those will continue. And 401, it looks like it went from 175 to 300 in 2021.
What, I'm just curious, Lee, what vehicle in 107, so 911, is there only putting $532 in? Is there?
I'm not sure what that is.
I was like, what is that?
A little trailer or something.
Must be, because that's.
I'll double check and.
I'm just
after
curious
lunch
what,
tell you it is.
yeah.
Well, they might have a remote radio ham on a trailer.
Well, but they've got money coming out of 127 and 135 to go into it too, so it's probably just how they've allocated.
Oh, they've allocated their, okay, they probably share whatever it is, and so there's some from here, some from here. some from here.
Right.
I'm thinking, what vehicle or piece of equipment would their replacement would only be $532 a year? That's a really low rental rate. 'Cause, I mean, you look at the other ones, it's, yeah, a horse trailer.
No, just a horse.
Oh, a horse, okay.
They're way more expensive than that.
I was gonna say.
Well, what's the replacement cycle? Yeah. Okay. Back out of the weeds.
Nope, you're fine. So that's really kind of to finish up, those are the pieces. I will look into the 700 and we'll see where that is. And pull that one back. The others, I will look at the $1.1 million to see if that is the same number from the other, but I think that kind of goes back, Jake, to our conversation we started having before with, okay, how many years, okay, like for example, the money for the airport, if the 700 is that, if we don't do it this year, do we put it in again next year? And then if the people are looking at the numbers, they're thinking that you're getting that all the time because those aren't coming out or where the actuals are. So that gets back to some budget to actual kinds of things and maybe making sure that we have documentation that kind of helps people understand, because this stuff, albeit it's not overly complicated, it can be kind of confusing as to how it is, and we want to make sure it's as transparent or makes as much sense as possible as we're presenting the things. And I think these kinds of documents and these discussions will help us put together information that is maybe more user friendly, so that we can go, oh, okay, this is boom boom, it's right here, and we can get some notes on what those are. So anyway, that concludes really what we have brought forth, or what we had to talk about. I don't know, like I say, that's what we have. The next meeting that we have, we plan on talking about the Rescue America funding. That is a Robin Jen thing. I'm gonna be in that.
I saw your names were there.
Yeah, I made sure I put those on there.
Yeah, you put that on there.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah. So
you'll be in the whispering.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the back. But I guess, we've got the few things. I think we've got a good parking lot issue. Is there anything that we would like to discuss, or any questions we've talked about we want to go back through? Any thoughts on how the discussion went, ideas for the future, so it continues to be productive? Or was this productive, I guess would be another question.
It was productive, yeah.
It was very productive. Answered a lot of my questions.
I think it'll get better as we implement the things on our list there and go back over some of the things on our list there.
And I think it's one piece of a puzzle that will come together. And I think that's hopefully where we can go through with these pieces is, you know, I would say my hope, and I think I share this with others, that, you know, if we can get out to June and it's like, oh gosh, these pieces are starting to come together and this is coming from here and da, 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 da. I think that's really going to help us quite a bit, especially as we start down the path for the 2022 budget and we're going through and we're going, okay, we're looking at this and maybe we can even have some documents that we're like, oh, we've looked at that here, we've added to that. So here's where we were and what we've got going on. So, okay, that's all I have.
We're good. I guess I'll look to the rest of the gallery. Anything you want to
I
add?
would just like to say that, you know, I'm pleased that you have agreed to us presenting this because it's been many years since there were two brand new board members and it's pretty daunting to wait until budget time and try to absorb it all, you know, and that's, I think, me personally, I hope this is helpful before we get into budget season. That's all I have to
Oh,
say.
it definitely will, for me anyway.
Well, if there's nothing else,
Okay.
we can
Thank you all.
break for
Yeah,
lunch.
thank
then.
you guys, appreciate it.
Thanks.
So we are adjourned until 1 o'clock, which we will be having Ms. Motion. No, not on Thursdays. Okay, and it is 1 o'clock. I will restart our meeting workshop, and I want to add, if the planning director is okay, let us, some folks jump the line, because I think it's important we continue. I do see Aaron's on the phone. We have Rob is here.
Gordy and Jeff should be here.
Okay,
They're running.
you can. Let's see. So
You also have the
deputy
prosecutor.
Good. Connecting. Hi, Rebecca. Thanks for joining.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Some other folks. Okay, well, I guess I'll tee us up as far as, because I think the policy discussion needs to be
Can
had
we,
first.
since we, sorry, sir.
No, go ahead.
Since we kind of changed the agenda a smidge, can we explain to anybody on the phone what we just did? So they're not thinking we're talking about what's on the agenda when we're jumping before that.
Right. The chair used the chair's prerogative to add agenda item, which is, we're going to be having a brief discussion about anticipating the governor's press conference this afternoon, and are not anticipated, we know we are, moving, as all counties are in the state, to phase 3 effective Monday. What that means as far as, and the possibility of us to open the public buildings to some level of the public to be able to come back in the buildings, whether that's as of Monday or some other point. And so we wanted to have a quick discussion about that, since this is the last board meeting before Monday.
And then we will continue our agenda with Moshi as soon as we're done.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Almost here. They didn't realize that the health issue was going to be at 1.
Oh, they were thinking it was at the end.
Right.
Yeah.
We needed one specifically for them.
Yeah.
So they're on the right at the corner.
We had talked about later.
They're fine. They can take their time. Let's let Mr. Christopher kick us off then, since you are keen on.
Gee, thanks. No, I've kind of already stated my opinion. If he says we're open at 25, we go to 25. If he just says we're open at 50, we go to 50. I'm not a big fan of having a temperature czar in the hallway monitoring unless it's needed. Somebody that, like when Home Depot originally would be standing out in front and go, okay, you can go in because somebody came out. That would be very difficult with 3 entrances, 3 exits. Unless we find ourselves having a problem, I don't want a designated employee standing in the hallway.
You're fine, catch your breath.
So I guess I would say is,
I think they're overplaying it this time.
yeah, I think he's just breathing heavy because I was.
No, they literally ran.
I got it on video.
No, okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to put in a zip line just for the next
Yeah.
6 months. or
Yeah.
so. It'll be.
The other
line
building.
over. Yeah. for that building down to this
I
building.
say we should call them 3 times a day just so they get their exercise.
Yeah, yeah, it's part of our,
Or just tell
our
them
wellness
start-
program.
Our wellness program 5 minutes early. So no, that's kind of where I'm at. I think most of the offices, everybody in the building, they're grown-ups. They know how to handle their office. I don't want to over delegate somebody's office or over delegate something on a director of a department. They can handle, I'd like to see them handle things in their department without too much over input.
I'd like to hear from the professionals.
Yeah. Actually, I guess my first question, I think it's the same question I asked you probably 6 months ago. You know, are our facilities ready as far as the physical? I mean, we've had a long time to kind of get things ready. And so I recall the answer before was, yeah, when we're ready, as far as the facilities are ready, when we're approved to reopen to the public. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That's the easy question or easy answer.
I think.
And that includes the the annexes?
Yes.
Yes.
I think the challenge, you know, there've been a lot of updates. So I pulled up the document you guys were talking about this morning, or Aaron was. And some of the guidance in that we're beyond that.
Right.
And so trying to tailor it to where we're at, we were kind of working from that point till now to try and update it. So Aaron hasn't seen, any changes we've made, but just trying to look at how do we manage people coming to the facility? Because there's still screening requirements.
Right.
What are they? Still mask requirements. And so what we thought made sense, the contractor, if you remember going over next door, they had the 4 questions, have you been in contact with somebody? Have you had tested positive for COVID in the last 14 days? Some 4 basic questions that when you go to the doctor or anywhere, they're asking you. So we thought maybe we post a sign with those 4 questions and say, if you answer yes to any of these questions, please don't enter the facility at this time. And then also have the mask requirement on the doors. And then inside the door, we provide masks, just like you do when you go to other places. And then the same thing, what we're going to look at is, because we can't, unless we have somebody at all 3 entrances, you can't really control how many people enter the building. So we thought what made sense is the waiting areas in all the departments in this building, we actually post the number of occupancy for that waiting room.
Okay.
And set along with another reiteration of the mask and other requirements that I just talked about,
So like in front of let's call it the auditor's door, on her door, you're gonna post no more than 3 civilians can be inside the office.
Yes.
In the hallway, no more than 3 civilians can be waiting in the hallway. Kind of a thing is what you think.
Yeah. And then have another opportunity for people to put a mask on, where we hand out free masks if they need it. So this is the sheet with the 4 questions, and like I said, I have to still send it to Erin to have her take a look at.
Talking to Aaron on the phone, and I think she's going to.
She's on the call.
She did have an issue about her ability to trace people in the building, if in fact it was a positive, so she's probably going to address.
Well, I was hoping that if we went to an appointment system, we would have a route of documentation of who these people are. And then if the offices had a sign-in sheet, like we do here in some cases for hearings and whatnot, you're gonna have a documentation of who enters this room, because they're gonna be signing in when they come in. That way, if you need to trace, you now have a name of who was in that room.
Can I make a comment about that?
Yes, absolutely, Aaron.
Thank you.
So I actually, to build off of kind of Dan's idea there, just having, one of the things we did for our staff is it's like QR code, you scan it with your phone, you just answer the questions, it just loads it into an Excel spreadsheet, it's done, it's easy. That's an option we could look at. But really having the departments, a consideration would be potentially to have the department heads figure out if they want to screen people when they come into their office and how to, keep the roster, because initially, I think we're gonna want to know like who's wandering around. I'm hopeful over the summer that all of this can ramp down, but I'm hoping we could take a little pause to kind of ramp it up to see like what's working well and not just like let the floodgates open. So maybe, however that works out, give us a week to kind of figure it out. One of the things, obviously, I haven't talked to Gordy and you guys have new documents and all that stuff, but the last Army trip I was on, they just had those thermal scanners. So you just walk in the door and it just says you don't have a temperature and you just move on with your day. There's no person there. It's super easy. It's really nice. They had them at the location, they had them in all the grocery stores. So some mitigation like that would be, take less of our time and energy and money, but still meet the same metrics. That being said, not everybody with the temperatures not everyone with COVID will have a fever. So really that doesn't screen out as many people as we would like to think that it does in the mainstream media. So if that's something we decide to go against as far as temperature screenings, you wouldn't get too much jumping up and down from me. But that's something to turn on the department head as well, that if they felt uncomfortable with that, they could do the temperature screening in their office as their clients come in. That's what we do, our client screening in our office.
So Aaron, I totally understand the contact tracing that it's gonna be way easier if that's a big, hopefully the way things are going, we won't have any incident, we won't have anything, and we won't have to do any contact tracing.
Yes.
How do they treat public spaces now? I'm thinking of the grocery store and other places. It's like I'm in and out of, Fred, I'm not in and out that much, but I do go in there and I'm not doing any of these things. And so is that just an assumed risk that we're taking?
I think it depends on kind of what the perception of exposure. So for most people, when you're going to the market, you're not going to be in close contact for more than 15 minutes with someone that you're not in your household.
Right.
A lot of the restaurants have voluntary sign-ins. So if you walk in and you're going to have dinner, they're like, could you please consider putting your name on the roster? If we have an issue, we can get a hold of you. I guess, and that again, when we look at like what each department does, what kind of exposure potentially could happen if it's something that, you walk in their office and it's going to take you 30 seconds and it's not a big deal in your office versus, clients that are coming into an office where they need to sit with someone, go over paperwork. It's going to be a lot more extended exposure. Like they might want to have more robust screening program. So I think we have to consider what it takes to get in the building. And then I think each department's going to have a consideration if they're going to be very robust about their screening based on what services they're offering, or if they can have kind of more of a step down, just like the quick questionnaire versus the whole 9 yards. So I think the department heads are going to have to do some thinking about what fits best for their office and for their comfort levels of their staff. I think there's going to be some variable answers.
Okay, and that's exactly where I was going with I don't think it's a one size fits all. I think each door you open might be different.
And I think, as a county, as commissioner, so the one thing I cannot speak to is the insurance company, what the insurance company allows us to do and what L&I guidance says. So those I can't speak to. But just to have a minimum standard for the county, and then maybe just have some framework for each department to choose kind of if they're going to do minimum, moderate, high screenings. Some of our services are a little more intensive, they're a little bit more up close and personal. So on that point, we're going to be a lot more stringent about that than maybe somebody that's just dropping off a bill for somebody, I don't know.
The only thing I go to now that has a sign in and a temperature, anything is fire meeting. And there was one last night, and it's literally a sign up sheet on the desk, sign your name, shoot the inside of your wrist with the temperature gun, write it down. It's the only thing I still see that actually being used at, but if we wanted to enact some self-imposed temperature checking on a table in the hallway, I don't have a problem with that. And you could also have the sign-in sheet there, and it could say what department they're heading to, which would comply to some of her contact tracing provisions.
I don't feel like there's anything that requires it, but I think that it's in our best interest if we're putting our employees in that sort of potential risk that we do protect them. So there's that to consider as well.
Okay. Other question? Again, all of this is academic at this point because we don't really know anything.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been our whole last year, so.
Right, I know. That's what's so frustrating is we're always trying to plan for something that we have no information. Then the information we get is outdated as soon as it leaves somebody's lips. So,
But it's also not a complete either.
and it's incomplete. So, yes.
To address, and David's on the phone, I believe, but to address Aaron's question about L&I, the law
Yeah.
requires we provide a safe workplace. So I'm not sure they define what that is. And they may, but not in terms of COVID. And as far as the insurance company, the phone call we had with Commissioner Christopher, and then before that was the PA, was, when we get outside of the law or the guidance from the governor is when the risk increases, right? Always risk, but it gets, and to date, no COVID claim. I believe they said, Commissioner, no COVID claim has been filed or prevailed anywhere in the country about.
And that's the case as of Wednesday. They talked to me again on Wednesday.
So.
Okay.
So yeah, it's one of those, as long as we follow, I mean, if he mandates there's somebody in the hallway allowing people to come inside and out of a building, then we have to comply. But if he doesn't, I don't want to add another step if we don't necessarily need to add another step.
And I don't think they will mandate, they're not gonna say you will do this because that becomes too, like that's under ocean, L&I, and then your local, like there's nobody that's gonna say you have to have someone in the hallway checking the temperature. It's just how you as a company want to mitigate any potential risk to your employees.
Right. And that's where I would, I want to personally, if possible, leave that to the director or the elected that's running their department, that knows what goes on in that department far more than I do. So I don't want to be the guy.
From my standpoint, I would just, if we could get one of those, and I don't know what they cost or anything, but just either just to have a way for people to self-screen, do their own temperatures as far as walking in the building, and then ask the directors based on, I can work with Gordy and Rob and come up with just kind of a general recommendation. So you can be like, people are in my office for less than 5 minutes. So I'm going to go with the minimum standard versus like on public health, we're in a small room. There's a lot of potential for aerosolization. Like I'm going to go with a higher standard and maybe just work that out because I think we open ourselves to liability if we don't have a minimum standard.
Has every department, and I'm assuming they have been issued the temperature guns. So yeah. That's good enough for me. I don't know that I'm willing to sign off on some advanced temperature taking apparatus.
And if we needed to make masks available, I don't know, Dr. Jetkin, there's a whole bunch of PPE out there in the fairgrounds that may be available.
So yeah, I would stockpile the departments beforehand so they have plenty to pull up from under counter.
There's a lot of it out there.
Yes.
Okay.
A bunch of Nigerian masks too, from what I hear.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna hand out the COVID requirements that Aaron talked about that we put together last summer. So at least you can see it. They need to be updated, but this is what we.
I was kind of curious. I was reading through those earlier today, and the screening requirements. Some of them, when you read through them, it's like there's pretty extensive. You'll do this, you'll do this, you'll do this. But then when you get to the, when is screening required? And it says screening is required when all, this was specific to employees. This isn't,
right.
This has nothing to do with the public, it's employees. You know, and it's that same thing. If you're not going to be, if you're going to stay 6 feet away from each other, the way I would read it is none of these screening requirements are required. If that's only if you're going to be in proximity to each other. And that's what I'm wondering.
You know, this posted on the door, fine, this posted on the door, nobody's gonna read it.
No, that's more for us,
Yeah.
how we operate.
Yeah.
And Aaron might know this, the CDC's issued guidelines for vaccinated people.
Right.
I'm not sure they've done it in the workplace yet.
Right.
If an entire, if people are vaccinated or not vaccinated.
Okay.
No, and I think the rate of vaccinations has exceeded the guidance that they're able to put out. So they did put out just like that quick blurb, but I mean, I don't know, like, I'm not gonna show my COVID vaccine card every time I walk in a building. Like, that's ridiculous.
Okay, well, I'm, in the interest of time, I'm gonna move us along and we're gonna get to Mochi's thing. And I don't know, there'll be, I think, more on this and if there is, the board wants to have additional discussion as far as what, again, I think part of all of this is we'll know more in a bit that's going to inform the discussion.
Yep.
So yes.
I did want to, we have protective barriers between all the departments and the public. So unless they let somebody into the office or they go outside, there is a protective barrier in all the offices.
That's why I would say for me, a soft start for me would be the appointment, because you just you can do anything that you want in a government building. You just have to make an appointment. Then we know who you are and we know when you were there. And then the department is controlling the flow of how many people are in and out. That seems really simple to me to start, rather than just unlocking the doors and saying, well, everybody, you're on your honor.
Well, and I think we should post that on the door too, and just say these departments call for an appointment. They're not seeing, you can't just walk in. You need to call for an appointment on the door. And then I think there's some outreach. I'm sure the media would automatically cover that, but that's where the Facebook thing would come in if it was up and running.
Okay. So, yeah, go from there.
You know.
You're up. Okay, thank you for coming, for running over. I don't know if you want to.
I'm gonna rest a little while.
Yeah, why don't you rest for a while, because, after 2 o'clock or so, there may be someone, or 2:30-ish.
If you're ever looking for a job, that's Rob's always.
Yeah.
Running to give you service.
Okay, so we are going to now continue our discussion on appeal fees or actually fees in general, as far as for planning fees.
Yes.
So I did, thank you, if you want to lead us off.
Okay, so I included like a staff memo and then I pull all the fee schedule with similar populations, and I didn't include a copy of their fee schedule, but I highlight a few of their fees that we also have the same case types in my memo, for you to review. And then I just want to highlight like 4 main issues that I want to get the commissioner's input on that. So the first one is the fee schedule was adopted in 2011. It's been 10 years. And even though we are pretty much, aligned with other jurisdictions, application fees, but we are at the lower end of that. Of course, planning department is not a fee for services department. And so we can certainly maintain the current fees, but I would recommend to have a few revision made that will provide us some flexibility. Because those fees that is currently in our fee schedule is the base fee. We did not have any flexibility to charge applicant if their project is really complicated and it actually exceeded the base hours of staff time, like for example, like 15 hours or 10 hours. That include administrative staff or the planner or the director to review those case types, attend public hearing, do publication. So to try to balance that, we might want to consider to add like an hourly review fee for projects that exceeded the base amount of time that we allocated for each case type. And then the energy overlay zone permit, we know those are generally more complicated projects. but we are still just charging them $500 for the fee and then $250 for the SEPA fees. And I think we can increase the base fee for energy overlay zone permit to a higher fee. Because even though those projects are generally covered under a reimbursement agreement, but if we're working during our work hours, we typically don't ask for reimbursement because the county already paying for staff time. And we were told that we cannot bill those hours. So we never bill them for staff time. And then the last item that we want to talk about is the appeal fee, because right now we have that under different classification, and it's always very difficult to administer. And looking at other counties' appeal fee schedule, they don't really have that under different classification. They may just charge for base fees, and then they will ask the appellants to also pay for any actual cost that's incurred by the county. So for example, if the appeal hearing, like the SEPA appeal is heard by the board, then maybe whatever base fee that we decide to charge is sufficient. But if we end up has to take that before a hearing examiner, there are additional fees, and then we will only charge the appellant for the actual cost. And you might make it simpler and easier for staff to administer.
Would questions for?
Yeah.
Not yet. Okay. How would, because I do see in there in our current schedule when we have a reimbursement agreement with a project that we try to provide an estimate of what it's going to cost to do so, because it's, you know, we've heard in the last couple of days about, you know, fees where it's like you're kind of on the hook, but you don't know how much it is. And how would you see us doing that in this case too? As far as if we did change or some of them where it's base fees plus expense, that we should be able to provide them based on our experience and the complexity of their project. This is about how much staff time or examiner time or whatever. And so this is probably the range as far as what this is going to cost.
Right, so generally the easiest way to administer is actually charge for base fee plus the deposit that we can put into a trust account. And then we will only bill them, you know, on a monthly basis, depending on how long it will take. And then when the trust account balance go below a certain amount, then we will stop billing them, and we cannot continue to process the application until the account is, you know, up to where we establish.
But can we still provide, I mean, I'm thinking of that in a, you know, if I have a lawyer on retainer to do a specific task, generally I get an estimate up front. It's not guaranteed. I have to put a deposit down, so they're on retainer, and then they bill against that account as they do, but they do give me up front. This is probably about what we're thinking. I've yet to have one of those where it didn't exceed that estimate, but it's at least somewhere gives me a shot. Could we do, I'm always sensitive to folks that it's, you know, it's like you don't have any control over the cost where it's just getting charged against this and I got to pay it.
Could we do it based on, like, if the CPER determinant official believes that this is going to be an EIS,
right?
Then the applicant, if they have the money to come up with the EIS, then they're going to be paying all of our time for sure for the processing of that and the reviewing of that, because it's hundreds and hundreds of pages of doc. You know? And then you can give them an estimate. I expect it to be this much. But then, so what you're, in essence, we have a cost reimbursement, like if it's above $3 million or whatever the project right now is, which is saying that in essence. But if it's the same thing, if it's going to be something that requires an EIS, then it's going to be, you know, whatever that fee amount is plus all of the cost of reviewing that EIS. I mean, there's a lot of hours involved.
Right.
And then we've got, you know, responding to comments on a MDNS that can suck up a lot of time, can't it?
Yes, that, I mean, they're always time consuming when you talk about EIS. So I just want to be clear, are we talking about application fees or are we talking about appeal fee? Or both?
I was focused at that moment on application fees.
Okay.
And then he switched it to appeals.
I think he was doing both, but,
Okay.
so.
We can certainly provide an estimate, but it will just be based on, you know, what happened in the past. So it's really is an estimate.
And I'm thinking back to an earlier, you know, the golf course development in Dallasport where we had a reimbursement agreement. There was some, you know, it was very difficult to collect that last because they were like, oh, we didn't know it was going to be that much and we don't want to pay for it. And we eventually recovered it, but it took years to recover the balance of that fee.
Well, and I don't mind that we necessarily, I guess I do and I don't necessarily mind asking for more and refunding what isn't used.
But then again, though, as we said the other day, when you appeal an EIS,
So you're
right?
back on the appeal again.
No, and that's where I think most of I think that's where most of the work needs to be done.
So I was saying this would be one path, but now I'm looking at, so I was looking at it from the applicant's perspective, that you're gonna pay for, you know, what it is. And then for the appeal fee though, that has a huge amount of cost for the county, as well as, I mean, if it costs you $250 to appeal something, and you just throw an appeal in there, doesn't mean you haven't paid to do your own research that you know is against their research. You're just putting $250, but you're adding, you know, $100 an hour for their cost that goes to the applicant. You're further making it more difficult to get anything done. And so that's not, I don't see that as fair either.
Right. No, that is not my argument. My argument is bill them for the expense, but let's use our latest project that is going in on its way to a hearings examiner as we speak, or is already there. There was 2 appeals there at $4,000 a piece, or should have been. Is that an $8,000 appeal?
We
Or is
charge
that-
them separate, yeah.
Right, but I'm saying it should have been 4,000 a piece. I don't see how that's an $8,000 appeal, so I think that number is too high for that project. And if I have it correct, don't we have it in the contract with that developer that they're paying the appeal?
They're paying for all costs associated with the issuance of the.
So we have the project paying for the appeal, and now we have the citizen paying for the appeal. That's a problem.
I don't know that that's true though.
Well, you've
Because
told
if
them what they're paying
that's
for.
true, like we can't charge, like I go back to that, I'm not really sure if in practice, we're gonna get the applicant to pay for the cost of that somebody appealed. Maybe, I mean, maybe the reimbursement is written so broadly that they would do that. But then the other thing would be then I couldn't charge any appeal fee because I can't charge a fee that I don't have a direct cost associated. I can't, in this case, if that scenario is true and I charged $8,000 for appeal, that the applicant paid all the costs associated, that $8,000 is profit to the county. I couldn't charge because I can't charge for staff time. It's for, so there shouldn't be any appeal fee if that's true, and I don't think that's true.
I don't want to make that on the applicant to cover the appeal fee. The applicant shouldn't be covering the appeal fee in any way, shape, or form, as far as I'm concerned. And if we have it on the applicant to cover all costs, except for appeals, because it shouldn't be on the applicant to cover appeals.
In essence, when you appeal that, you're appealing her work.
Not the applicant.
You're not appealing the applicant, you're appealing the process or her findings.
Right, but the applicant shouldn't have to pay for that.
That's what the appeal fee is supposed to be for.
Right.
So I don't think the applicant is paying that. Because again,
The reimbursement agreement is, say that they pay for all costs associated with that, but then the bills would be sent out by the planning department. So if we knew that's associated with a hearing examiner, then we wouldn't put that charge onto the
Onto that
applicant.
project.
Right, because we will bill them separately on the cost that is really directly related to, their share, basically. We are not double billing them.
right.
If we have.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, I'm sure we're not double billing
So
anybody.
then we are paying for the hearing examiner.
Well,
No, they should be covered by the appeals, the fee.
Right.
But we just limited that fee to $250, where it would have been $8,000, which probably still wouldn't have covered.
No, and that's the thing is when you're saying it's not an $8,000 appeal, even at $8,000, we're gonna lose money on it. We're not gonna cover our costs. We're gonna pay for that out of the planning department's budget, which comes out of the general fund, which ties back to our discussion this morning. As far as that's the cost, we're allowed, and we have chosen to keep our fees relatively, we're allowed to recover our costs, and we're not, because we have chosen, we don't need it. We can subsidize those fees, whether they're building department fees, building whatever, because we don't need. But as we go forward, can we anymore? And so by, that appeal fee is, even though it sounds like a lot of money, and it's not when it comes to, it actually costs more than that to do. And I think that was in the opinion.
Would like to give Moshi permission to go through her fees, both planning fees and appeal fees, and come back with a recommendation of what she thinks is a more true and accurate to cover the costs with less county dollars covering the costs, and for both the project and an appeal. And go from there. Because I think they're off on both sides. It's not like she doesn't have enough to do, but
yes.
I think she wants to redo some of the fees. I could be wrong.
Would the board be amenable if I just do the appeal fee under one category, just as appeal fee, or it's,
I think it would be I would look at your recommendation. It seems simpler to me, and I think we're the only ones that have that graduated, where it's to by the size of the project. And again, I'd say why as far as, but I guess if our fees were more in line with what is closer to the cost to actually do it, then it would kind of take care of itself as far as, at least in my mind.
Well, and I'm thinking it's kind of depends.
Understanding it used to be $250.
If you're appealing the SEPA decision on your neighbor putting in a chicken coop, I'd hate to see him have to pay $2,500 or $4,000 for a chicken coop. But I guess if our expense to cover that appeal is that price, then.
Well, and why are you appealing your neighbor's chicken?
Well, I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, we have that graduated.
That's the problem.
Now,
I mean, it's
because
like
you have one fee to appeal a chicken coop and a different fee to appeal a $3 million project. I can understand there being, say, 2 levels, but the 3 kind of makes it a little more interesting. I can see there being a different level there. I think 200 is far too low, but I also think 4,000 is far too high. So on both ends of our scale, I think are off.
But then again, if it's gonna cost a hearing, because we're one of the few counties left, I guess, that don't send everything through hearing examiners.
We are.
Okay, and a hearing examiner is $350 an hour or so. Sometimes 200, depends on who you get, depends on the county. But you figure $4,000, you don't even get to read the material for less than $4,000.
Right.
When you think about it like that, yeah.
To an extent, I look at our appeals fees and I see that we're well above everybody else, and if they're poorer counties than us, they're doing a lot of subsidizing appeals fees, and I don't know what.
But if you look closer at that, you're picking the highest and the lowest. Like our low end appeal fee is lower than other people.
Right.
Then others just have one fee. If you looked at the average, so chicken coops, solar farms, same fee.
Right, and I don't think they should be.
And we have chicken coop, small solar farm, big solar farm.
Chicken coop house.
Right.
So-
No, I mean, even the chicken coop, it's up to $500,000. That's quite a chicken coop.
Theoretically, if two people appealed the last SEPA and we charge them the rate that's written in our ordinance of $4,000 apiece, are you guys saying in planning or whoever else is on the phone saying that, oh yeah, that's gonna come to 8,000 or more? What if it only came to 4,000? Would we then refund those people down to what the actual cost was? Is that how we have things right now?
No, because planning fees, we never can cover all the costs. We always, county always subsidize for all the staff time, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to have any staff at all. And so those fees is on average. So unfortunately, the way that it's set up is someone is always paying for other people's application because it's on average. Because, some project is really simple. It may not cost, worth $500, but some project is very complicated. It can easily go $5,000, but we never bill people for the extra time, and then we don't refund people's money because we just work it and get it to the end. So that's not how it's set up. But maybe now is an opportunity for us to be more
Well, I don't know
fair
that
to both sides.
my reading of that appeals fee is that we're not allowed to make a profit on the appeals fee.
We're not allowed to make a profit on any planning or building fee at all.
Right, so if they appeal and paid 4,000, but the appeal was only 2,000, we can't legally keep the 2,000 that's left over.
Yeah, I would, on the surface, I would agree with you, but as like Mochi says, it's everything, we don't pull those out project by project. It's at, I don't know on an appeal level. I can't imagine that we're ever going to be in that situation where our costs are always going to be more than what we charged. Always. So there's never going to be anything to.
I haven't been here very long, so I haven't seen what a bill comes in from the hearings examiner, what those costs, so.
Well, it could be $10,000, $12,000.
It's been years since we actually.
Yeah, we
had
actually
an
had
appeal.
one. I think the last one we had, I think that it probably was close to $10,000 for the last one. That was.
Well, that's for the Hillsong sub-area plan
Yeah.
update, and that was a complicated project, took days. And so that was an expensive one, but that also is a county project.
But that's also a county project, which is
So
different.
we cover
We
that.
have to
Like I said, that's where I want to go myself anyway. I would like the person that knows the most about this to go over this list and make little notes next to all these numbers on where she thinks is the actual cost of doing that. And then I think we as a county should quit subsidizing where we can use those monies somewhere else if we quit subsidizing. And make them an accurate, or at least a more accurate cost based on what people are trying to do.
So we're not allowed to pay for any staff time on the appeals, correct?
We cannot charge,
For staff time.
right, because we are working during office hours. We are already paid by the county to do it.
So only work on appeals after hours.
You know, only do appeals on Saturdays.
We can do that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But so.
Because you never work after hours.
In that instance, right, if a regular appeal doesn't go to a hearing examiner, but it goes through us.
Right.
Then your costs aren't gonna be that awful high.
But are we gonna refund the balance of the $4,000 or not? That to me becomes.
We keep talking about the 4,000, those are, how many $4,000 appeals have we had?
Not many.
Not many. Most things aren't those fees.
Those, yeah, generally we advertise projects for class A, so it's $200.
Right.
And that, after you pay for the notice of publication, you only may have about $100 or $120 left. And that can cover, mailing, paper
Right.
cost, and, things like that. So it's really is not making a profit, but the $4,000 one are the more complicated one. And
Okay, thoughts, direction?
Well,
We just got her, yeah, we just got her pen out.
But I want to see what actual numbers she thinks of the actual numbers. And if we want to accept those and change them, fine. If you want to accept 3/4 of them and leave the other quarter, then fine, but I think we should be charging what the cost is. And if you guys are saying a SEPA appeal costs $12,000, then by rightfully so, you will not hear me argue a $4,000 price.
I mean, because you're talking both sides of things as far as applications and appeals. And, you know, part of the idea of the subsidizing the application process is these are things that we want to have here, that they drive. And when I'm saying things, I'm not talking solar farm, I'm just talking about things in general that we want economic business
Well, that's what I'm
activity.
saying. If she
And we're
changes,
willing to, it's the same reason we subsidize building permits, even though people don't think we do. We do, we subsidize those because we actually want to support, it's a way to get the resources of the county as far as the landfill dollars to help subsidize. We want people building houses. We want people to be able to, and we want to encourage people to get permits to build houses. And so we try to keep the cost low and not recover all of our costs. And that's why you see a general fund, you know, some counties, their building departments have to completely self-fund. So their building permit fees, and they have very stripped down departments because they are completely fee for service driven. They get no subsidy, no support from the general fund at all. And you see the transfer, what goes into that department. They do good. I mean, you know, they generate revenue, but it's about half of what it costs to run the department. And we fund the difference. And we could raise our permit fees to cover. We would have to double our building permit fees. So.
I'm just saying, I think it's a conversation. If we're talking about moving a permit from $100 to $1,000, that's a heck of a lot better conversation than it's $200 now and the actual cost is $350. Is that going to stop somebody from building a house?
Right.
Or whatever, because it's $150. If they can build a house, they obviously can pay their own fee, and the little old lady in the corner that can't afford a house shouldn't be subsidizing that guy's house fee. That's kind of my brain is thinking.
So my thought is, why don't we wait for the next 4 months and see how much this appeal comes out to cost us, what we get from the hearings examiner, and then we'll know.
Sure, we haven't had one for years.
As far as appeals fees, yeah, but I still think we might want to relook at the actual application fees. Because even if the appeals fees come back and they're like, yep, nope, appeals fees fine, I still think we have a problem with application fees. So I would be curious, and I think at least we'd have numbers in check. I mean, she may not know the appeals fees answer just because we haven't had one forever. But it doesn't mean we can't look at the application fees.
How many rough hours do you think you put into Lund Hill?
Well, it depends on if she's answering or somebody on the phone's answering.
No,
That's
in
like
terms of
2,000, and that's like
reviewing it.
You and
all
the
of
staff and the staff, because those are not it's a whole team that.
Yeah, but are you putting that time in because you're only really not what you're appealing Lund Hill, you're appealing the SEPA determination, so it's more of how much time did you put into the SEPA
I'm
determination.
talking about the application.
Oh, I see that.
Right, so Lund Hill is a team effort, and I did spend a lot of hours. And quite honest, I do not want to direct myself or my staff to keep track of the time, how much hours so we just do it as the average, otherwise we can't get anything done. But definitely for energy overlay zone permit, $500 is just not
insane.
I can maybe deem the application complete and that's put on hold because there's no more money left.
Right.
The same deal for $500 for energy overlay zone application. You could charge $50,000 and it ain't gonna stop a project from applying.
Understanding you can still only charge up to the cost to process.
Correct. So my point is that the fee is just, sometimes they're just way the hell off.
So speaking about what fees we want to talk about, that would be the fee I want to talk about is conditional use applications that are, you know, more than $1 million in value, or the application fee for the Lund Hill or wind turbines or whatever that is. So the application fee needs to be high enough so that you pay for her time to even deem it complete, let alone start the SEPA and everything. And that's, you know, they've got the money to do that.
But also now, conditional use permit or variance at $500, which one of these would actually be I'm trying to host a party on my property or an art festival for a weekend and I need to get a CUP permit. How much are they paying to have a arts and music festival on their property?
$500 is generally is the conditional use permit, and SEPA may be required, depends on your project type. So $750 maximum for right now.
But for a one-time
One-time,
weekend, that's a
It's a
special permit.
special use permit, and I believe it's $150.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
got it.
$150. That fee would allow you to, if they got approved, you could do it, not the special, but $750. The
You could
conditional
go
is,
throughout the year.
yeah, through year after year after year.
Oh, you don't have to reapply for that
No,
in a year.
if you had your permit, the special use would be the $150. It's
Got
a
it.
one and done.
Got it. Okay.
And so if you thought you were gonna have a festival multiple times, then you pay for the thing and you're done. Okay.
So I will do some more work on this, and then I'll work with Lee to schedule another workshop.
Yeah, I like Commissioner Anderson's idea as far as on the appeal side of it. We're gonna get some real world experience in what it costs to use a hearings examiner. And I mean, it's that's a fairly complex project. And
Yeah, that one, I wouldn't doubt it if the hearing examiner on that one would cost more than the hearing examiner on solar, just because of the complexity of the project.
yeah, it could be. Okay,
All right, thank you.
all right. Thank you, Ms. Mochi. Thank you all. We can
Interesting.
jump ahead. The solid waste director is here.
Do you have Stephen Gilmore on the
Okay.
phone and then Joe?
Good.
I have not seen Don on yet.
He's in Mexico, I think. So he won't be joining us today.
Oh, okay.
Get over here so I can see you.
Okay, we have our solid waste director and we have some representatives from Republic Services to have a discussion about
Thurston County RFP.
the Thurston County RFP. Steve, if you, I'm looking, are you on Zoom or you're not allowed to do Zoom?
No, I'm here.
Oh, no, you are. Did you get a special dispensation? I know that was early on, the company was like, oh, no, you're not allowed to participate.
No, we can't schedule Zoom meetings. We can participate, but we just can't schedule them.
Oh, okay. Okay, sounds like our appeal fees.
Exactly.
Hi, Joe. Good to see you too.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Hey, so Joe's going to kick off the conversation, so I'll let him go for it.
Okay, I did not realize.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. So we're moving through our assumptions right now regarding our competitors, and both the competitors, both Waste Management and Waste Connection, are coming in that they're going to be pretty competitive with us. Initially we thought we'd be a little bit more competitive than the others, but it didn't turn out that way due to some circumstances that have changed due to Waste Management trying to take a run at some property in the area and really become more competitive and kind of create headaches for us. So that's something that we're working through with our assumptions. Excuse me. As you guys know, that this RFP is pretty substantial. It's our second largest customer, coming in around 300,000 tons. So it's pretty significant to our overall portfolio for solid waste in the area. Did you have questions, sir?
I did have a question as far as when you say they're going to be, I guess, so that I understand the kind of footprint that either of these companies have in Thurston County now, who's operating? I mean, obviously the current contract, the waste comes to Roosevelt, but so do they have some presence in Thurston County now? And then kind of what's your concern about them? What's the nature of that concern as far as having a site and why is that important?
Okay, yeah, so right now, we are the incumbent there, but Waste Connections is operating it through LeMay, and that was an old contract with, Allied Waste and LeMay, which, as you know, we
So Waste
bought out.
Connections is the collector, it picks the garbage up, runs the transfer station?
They run the transfer station for us, and they do the trucking to the intermodal facility.
And they also do the curbside collection as well.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, no problem.
You folks have interesting relationships that you here's your competitors, and yet okay.
So there's a little bit of history there, guys. The reality is that when Robenko created the landfill, Warren Risori actually cut deals with local haulers around the state to basically get them to feed their material to the landfill. So when that deal was struck, it was two private companies. Since then, the two companies have been acquired, and now we're two very large companies and no longer private companies. However, the reality is that the contract for Waste Connections or actually LeMay and Robenko or Regional Disposal Company, they were basically so locked in that there was no way for us to get out of those contracts. So it is a very interesting relationship, to say the least.
Yeah, you have your competitor operating the transfer station that then transfers the waste to you folks and to Roosevelt.
Exactly.
So in regards to waste management, like I said, they have looked at locations in that area, Tumwater, Lacey, that would possibly fall within zoning permits. That would also be close to the Union Pacific rail line. So they're trying to approach those cities in regards with certain terms that's trying to get them to be able to be on that area. If that were to happen, that's what's making them really competitive, and with our assumptions to try and take that tonnage away from us.
So are you saying that they have a lot of due diligence, and if they've got to go through zoning processes in order to get something done, and you think they're going to be able to do that anytime soon?
Well, no. And Steve, could you kind of expound on that a little bit?
Sure. So there's currently a contradiction or a fight between Waste Management and the city of Tumwater in terms of how they're viewing that particular piece of property. So the reality is that the county, though, did not specify specifically whether the intermodal that they're using has to be actually permitted and cited or currently in use as an intermodal. So we have asked the question of the county, basically asking that question, which is, are you going to allow this aspirational facility to be included in their RFP response? As of yet, we haven't heard anything from that question, but they're contemplating what they're, the county's gonna, the county generally takes time when it gets these types of questions. So, we would anticipate a answer to that question fairly soon. However, Snohomish did allow Waste Management to propose a intermodal facility as part of their bid that was a new facility that wasn't permitted and cited. So it's not unusual for communities or counties to allow aspirational facilities. Unfortunately, in this particular case, there is potentially federal exemption that Waste Management could utilize to actually force the city's hands. Anyway, I think we're getting a little too deep, I think, into specific details.
Okay.
I think those conversations are probably better one-on-one with folks. You know, the RFP is due April 8th. You know, and Joe is, you know, cracking the whip on the team to get us to get the response done. So he's doing a great job leading the team.
How long have you had this contract with them?
20 years. And we actually by the end of this 3-year extension, we will have had the contract for 23 years. So clearly it was time for the county to go out and test the market. May 1st, 2023 is when the contract expires. So the new contract starts on that date.
What was the date? What was the year again?
97. That it started?
No, as far as the current one, 23.
Yeah, 2023.
Yep.
What is the, I guess I'd say the term of the new contract?
It's potentially up to 20 years, 10 years for the first term, and potentially either 2 5s or 2 10s.
Right.
So you know, it depends on ultimately what happens with the negotiation.
Right.
And generally speaking, I think the county wants a longer term agreement because it, you know, it's in regards to the operations of their transfer station. You know, they don't want to have transitions at their transfer station every 5 to 7 years. So they would rather keep, you know, whoever wins, you know, they want to keep that company there for a good length of time.
And also in the RFP, they, Thurston County is trying to bring everything under one umbrella. So their transfer stations as well as their drop boxes. So there are some changes to what their vision is in terms of who takes over. They just they're wanting like one company to be able to umbrella all of this other stuff. So there's new stuff being, that's part
Included.
of that contract or part of that RFP.
Yeah, so that's a good point, Ruby. So currently the arrangement is there's 4 separate contracts in regards to the operations of that transfer station. We manage 2 of those and Waste Connections manage 2 of those, but the 2 that Waste Connections manage are relatively small compared to the overall part that we're connected with. So they're combining all 4 of those contracts together, plus adding the operations of 2 drop boxes in the South County area near Lewis County's border. So they're expanding the scope of work pretty substantially.
Okay.
And, you know, really the RFP is due on April 8th. You know, we'll be, you know, Joe and I will be coordinating with Ruby to have some, I think, more in-depth conversations with you folks individually in the not too distant future. So don't be surprised if you hear from Ruby or myself regarding the meeting. We anticipate those happening, you know, sooner rather than later. But just kind of wanted to give you folks an update that, you know, it's hot and heavy, and it's, you know, we're a couple weeks away, 3 weeks away from the finish line on this one, and it's a significant. This is a very strategic contract for a variety of reasons, and we'll talk about that when we talk with you folks individually. One other issue that I have for you folks today is that currently there is a bill going through the legislature, Senate Bill 5126, which is a cap and invest legislation. Currently, landfills are included in that legislation. In California and Oregon, generally landfills have been exempted or excluded entirely from cap and invest and cap and trade legislation. Today, actually at 4 p.m., the bill is getting a executive session at the Senate Ways and Means Committee. It's already passed out of the Environment Committee, Senator Carlisle's committee. And we have some real big frustrations and concerns about the legislation because of the fact that landfills are included. One, there was no way for us to actually mitigate our emissions simply because landfills generate more over time. That's just how they operate. However, we also do an incredibly great job of capturing the landfill gas. We're capturing anywhere between 95 to 97% of the gas with the partnership with the PUD. And as you folks know, we're generating renewable natural gas, a lot of it, which is very positive for the environment all the way around. What we would like the county to do, if possible, would be to reach out to the Klickitat County delegation specifically, but also encourage WASAC to actually support an exemption of landfills. This would support, King County's landfill as well as Yakima. So there are actually, in Calhoun County, there are some, counties that do have their own landfills, but specifically, if legislation passes in Washington, that includes us, while landfills in Oregon, literally right across the river, are not included. You can tell how strategically this would put us at a incredibly bad disadvantage.
Well, true, and I will say WASAC is tracking this. WASAC is opposed to this.
Good.
For exactly that reason. More, I mean, we're not, although we were mentioned in the discussion, when I say we, you, Republic, was mentioned as in a positive way, where we're already capturing all the gas. So what, it's almost like you would be better off if you were a landfill that wasn't catching anything, and then this comes along and that would incentivize you going and being able to capture the landfill gas and dispose of it, either one way or the other. But it's like, why should Roosevelt be punished? Because you're already doing what they would want landfills to do, which is capture it. Or then the other discussion was about the diversion program for compostable stuff. And it's like, well, okay, well, if stuff is composting, it's breaking down and releasing methane and CO2. So why would you actually want to encourage that? Why would you want to send it? I mean, you can do that, but why incentivize doing that if your goal is to get the methane out of the atmosphere, not generate it that way without burning it? Why wouldn't you want to send it to a landfill that catches the gas, turns it into renewable natural gas, and then it's used and gotten rid of? So,
and that's a great point also. The reality is that not every gas capture system in each landfill is the same as what we have at Roosevelt.
Exactly.
If you take a look at facilities across the river, we have almost 300 wells at our landfill, while one of our competitors has 100, and they promote the fact that they have a gas to energy facility. The reality is they're generating substantially less beneficial reuse from their gas than we do at ours. And for a landfill to be penalized for doing the right thing seems to be kind of counterintuitive in terms of what the policy aspirations are in terms of reducing greenhouse gas.
Yeah, and also just so that we're clear, the WAC Swim group, our solid waste managers group, are also very active with WAC, with this legislation.
Right.
So,
Right. We have all these acronyms for everything.
I know.
The alphabet soup of all the different, but yeah, so I know and Wasac's position was not necessarily, we got to take care of Roosevelt. It was, they were looking really more to, there are counties that operate their own, or municipalities that
they're trying to do the right thing.
And they're trying to do the right thing, and they are going to be penalized. And that happens, that, I think Roosevelt should be exempt from, if they do this, it should be exempted out of the legislation, because you're already doing what they're hoping to get you to do. So why be penalized? And then, yeah, because you said it's going to cost, there's going to be a cost when they're saying cap and invest, which is just another word for cap and trade, which means it's going to cost more money. Somebody's got to pay for that, which in this case will be the ratepayers, the solid waste folks. And it's going to put, as you said, if the one across the river doesn't have to charge so much per ton of methane that it's producing, and Washington ones do, that's another one. When you're talking about pennies on things, to be competitive, that's just one more thing against us, and it's not fair. So.
Well, we appreciate anything that you can do in terms of reaching out to the delegation and you know, encouraging WASAC to continue to engage on the issue. I think that's helpful. And you know, utilize, if you have other relationships with legislators in other parts of the state, please feel free to you know, to communicate with them as well, because I think the more that they hear from folks, the better. There are some legislators that are very committed to including landfills in the legislation. There are some that see why they need to be included, but also understand the nuances of, if a landfill is doing the right things, why should they be negatively impacted? So I think there's some moving parts and pieces here that maybe we can find a compromise where maybe landfills are exempted that are doing the right thing. Hopefully across the board they're exempted. That would be ideal, but I'm not sure there's enough votes in the legislature to make that happen.
Yeah, because maybe we could have the landfills that are doing the right thing that are exempted, and and waste that is generated in the state that's going to a facility that isn't doing the right thing still has the cap on it, so that, I don't know, just thinking out of the, you know, like, even though it's not in the same state, if the waste is generated, we should care. I mean, if our policy goal is that we don't want the solid waste generating greenhouse gas, does it matter if it's being disposed of, I don't know, say across a body of water in a different state, or that is literally a mile away? Does it matter? Or should that be imposed on any waste that's generated in the state of Washington, if that's your policy goal?
Well, and you make a good point there. The reality is that this is an interstate commerce issue. So each state is trying to tackle this issue one by one. If this is really truly a policy that is vital, you know, maybe the thought process is this really a federal issue, or more of a regional approach where you have multiple states involved in the process versus each state trying to do their own thing.
Okay, do you happen to know off the top of your head who's the ranking member on Senate Ways and Means?
That I don't know. Let me see.
Because it's none of ours, I know that, or we.
Yeah, Senate Ways and Means, I'm pulling it up right now. You know, I'm not seeing it right now, but I will make sure that I email it to you folks.
I can look it up myself as well.
Okay.
Because maybe it's, I don't think it's Ways and Means. No, it's, I don't think it's anybody that we have we're tight with necessarily, but we might be tight with somebody that's tight with them.
And I'm sure I'll get an update on this one here.
Yeah, please do. So if it's scheduled for executive session though, because that's the train is moving when that happens.
Yeah, and it's already passed the environmental committee too. They did have a striking amendment which changed it fairly substantially, but not to the degree that landfill exemption was included. Senator Billig is actually the majority leader, is one of the members that are on there, and I think he has a pretty good relationship with Senator King.
That's what I was wondering. Maybe we could reach out that way. Okay. Anything else, Steve, before?
No, I think I'm good. Joe, do you have anything else?
No, anything?
No, actually, I'm good here too.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, and thank you for squeezing us in.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Joe.
you.
Thanks, Steve.
Bye.
Bye now.
Christine Rolfs is the Ways and Means Chair.
Who is it?
Christine Rolfs, ROLF. Okay. She's also on agriculture.
Yeah, as soon as I hear something on that, I'm more than happy to let you guys know.
Okay.
I do have a legislative update on Monday. We're having updates now
yeah.
on Monday, so.
I'll check too tomorrow. I have a ledge update tomorrow at 11. That this was on the list of things.
Honeyford's on Ways and Means.
That's what I was thinking. He's on Ways. The Jim's on there. He's not.
Well, you know my opinion. I want to know differences.
Okay, I have to go.
Yeah.
I will
All
turn
right.
the meeting over to the vice chair. And you guys can continue or adjourn, depending on what
What do
you're.
we have left?
There's nothing on the agenda, but I don't know if you wanted to continue the conversation about the opening or not opening or kind of opening or what the.
I'm perfectly fine with the chairman adjourning.
Well, we can do a whole bunch of stuff. She's turning over this. We wouldn't turn over the regular meeting.
No, it's the regular,
I know, but we can't make any action today. Now, if we can make some action today.
Well, that's why
that could be
that's why I'm
fun.
comfortable having a doctor's appointment this afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
I will second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passed, we're adjourned.
Hopefully.
You guys have a good day.
See ya.
Um,